Hello, friends. Welcome to Coding Garden with CJ. Today's going to be another chill stream. We're basically just working on overlays and things like that. So yesterday we fixed and added quite a few things to the chat overlay here. So we're going to keep working on that. And then I want to create a web page where you can filter through all of the available icons and brands. Because right now, I link off to Font Awesome, but it's not exactly filterable because you can only use icons that are free, solid, or brands, and it's kind of hard to search through there. I think, anyways, right? Like if I search for Discord, does it? Oh yeah, I guess it does apply to my current filters. Maybe I don't need to build that. We'll see though. Welcome in, everyone. Could I recommend or request a closed captioning plugin so I can watch during meetings? Sure. Yeah. I've seen other Twitch streams have that. I've just never enabled it myself. And what's up, Bobby? I'm doing good. Congrats. I forgot exactly what your message was, but I do believe congrats are in order. So yeah, congrats. Cool, yeah, if you want to link me that delta time, I could probably set that up right now. Twitch closed caption extension. I guess there's also something I can install in OBS. And then, is the one from Talk to Me Gooseman? Huh. This is one? Oh, yeah, and what's up, Mr. Demon Wolf? Easily add closed caption to your Twitch stream or Zoom meeting today with just a few clicks of the mouse. Wow. Is it free? And James Dev, thank you for the Prime. Quite a few supports. Oh, I guess this is all from last night. Never mind. But Devim, thank you for that Prime. And James H. Dev, thank you for the Prime as well. What's up, Kim Coding? Yeah, I'm doing good. I think I'm going to enable this closed captioning. I'm going to hide my screen and install this. Thanks for that focus mode, Mr. Demon Wolf. I'll focus while I do this. They want my email address, and they want to view my channel's broadcast configuration, including extension activations. That sounds okay to me. Apparently, there's still a hum in my audio. Test. I mean, now there's no, it's so low if I do that. I mean, yeah, so the hum is gone. I completely removed the gain on my mixer. But now my audio is really low. Check. Check. Hello. Check. Yeah, I mean, I guess we'll be all right with the hum for now. Once I start recording tutorials, I'm going to need to get rid of that hum. All right. I have authenticated. Twitch extension captions is on. Cool. Send captions directly to OBS. I don't think I want that. Am I too loud now? Oh, so I have to literally keep this tab open while I'm streaming? Is that how this thing works? And then this tab does the detecting? Here, I'll turn my my gain down a little bit. Check. Hello. Okay. Okay, bear with me, everyone. We're gonna get this. We're gonna get some closed captions going. Activate. Click to start captions. Use my microphone. But which microphone? This one. Check, check. Hello. Test 1, 2. You all, I guess if you refresh the page, you should be able to see captions now. I guess it might. Oh, I guess I can set it as an overlay. Let's do that. All right. How about that? Yeah, it's going to be delayed because I mean it has to detect my voice and then send it to the extension and then overlay it a little bit. It's working. Cool. Nice. Well, that's just one more tab I have to keep open while I'm streaming, but that's all right. Shouts out to Talk to Me Gooseman. Let me make sure I get his Twitch name right. Is it just Gooseman? Does he still stream on Twitch? Yeah, no worries, Irasum. I should have turned them on a long time ago. Sorry that I didn't. Eric Guzman. I guess maybe he got rid of his Twitch. Oh, talk to the number 2. That's it. Okay, we got it. There we go. Okay. And I realize you can't even see my screen now, but I figured out Talk to Me Gooseman. You should go follow this guy. He made this extension. And that's interesting. So Cute Pony is saying they can actually see the words I'm saying before I say them, which is nice. It's probably not like that for everyone, but yeah. There should be a closed captioning extension embedded on the stream, like right here, maybe. What's up, Stasley? All right, let's welcome everyone in. Tell you how the stream works. We got this updated yesterday, so if you didn't tune in yesterday, we updated to the latest font awesome, and now you can pick icons and brands to set next to your name. So you can see that American 2050 has the bots icon, and Stasley has the Twitter icon, and Cute Pony has the peace sign. And David has the Python. You two can pick one of those. So if you go to this page and then just search. Oh, wow. There's React Europe. But pick any one of these. And then in the chat, you can just do !team followed by the name of the icon. So I'm going to actually try to do tractor. So if I do !team tractor. Now I get a tractor next to my name. That's cool. Yeah, that's actually really funny to me. Is they don't have Svelte on here, but they have a React. They have a conference, React Europe. Other emotes are still half broken. What do you mean they're half broken? Huh. Oh yeah, is that a piece of toast? That's awesome. Oh, in the other overlay? Let's see really quick. You're right. I can fix that, though. I think the issue is the other overlay isn't importing the it's a shirt with no neck. It looks like a piece of toast. All right, let me fix this overlay because that's definitely something I can do. I literally just have to import a CSS file. There we go. Nice. Let me see how many other places I need to change this. The no chat overlay. I actually have no idea what this is, but I'm going to update it anyways. And then this one as well. Okay, cool. So I'm not in control of the end credits. The end credits are a Streamlabs thing. It doesn't show all subs. It shows anyone who subbed during the stream. Oh, and you're welcome, Delta Time. Is it just so? I'm curious though. Do the closed captions just work for people on desktop, or will it work for mobile too? Oh, it's working on mobile? Man. See, there are some really great live coders out there. Talk to Me Gooseman has made something incredibly useful. What have I done? What have I done? Okay. Oh, it doesn't work on Firefox? I'm in Firefox. Let's see. Yeah, you have to click this, I guess. Check, 1, 2, hello. Yeah, so if you click that, they should turn on. I guess technically, I don't know. I'll leave it for now. What's up, Gary? And I'm doing good. I'm going to say hi to everyone now. So if you'd like to say hi to me, you can say any one of these things. Hi, hello, hey, yo, cheers, greetings, hi, us up, what's up, morning, afternoon, evening, howdy, good day, coding, hi, ovo, hi, or boga, hey. Say any one of these, I'll acknowledge you, and then we'll start writing some code. Yeah, let's go back in time to 26 minutes ago. Mark Boots was the first one in here. Says, hello, friends. Yaps, how's it going? What's up, Cesar? And Stony Eagle, hello. Hello, White Legend, and Drop Mania, and Funny Boy, and Dynamic Voyage. How am I feeling after my long stream session yesterday? I'm pretty good. I mean, I got good rest last night. It was not that long ago that I was streaming, though. So it does feel weird going live, like, immediately the next day. Though I definitely will need to take breaks, and so that I don't burn out. And because I need free time to work on my course and other various administrivia for the Coding Garden. So, yeah. And Sumama, hello. What's up, Crip? And Chief Mustardo, and Adamate, and Dordon Talk, and James H. Dev, and Code with Sarah, hello, D-Hugh, and 4K Go IT Official. What's up, Caseon, and Dr. Thew, and Delta Time. And Avi, hello, Sophoni, and It's Bytheral and King Coding and Umheck. Hello, Gabriel and Ivo and Essolin and Earl George and Geralt of Winterfell. Hello, what's up, Sumit and Eddie and David Snyder and Staskly. Hello, Code Fledger and Garion and Teldrin, who says, considering writing a new side project with Next.js. Any advice? No, my only advice is just do it. I haven't written a lot of stuff with Next.js, but yeah, Next.js is nice. What's up, Yegfellow and Default and Age Monkey and Winston and Ivan the Raging Python and Photon and Obaro and Kripod and Ex Opportunist and Cute Pony and Kate and Suki and Till and Nebula Rasa and Oguz Hanye Dinye. Welcome in, everyone. Welcome to a Tuesday stream. Jay Haas Bush, thank you very much for that sub. I re-added sound notifications for when support events happen. Did you all hear a drop, an echo drop whenever someone subbed? Yeah. You heard it? Cool. Because I didn't hear it. But that's all right. All right. Let's write some code. So, if I look at my to-do list, it would be fun to make a filterable brand page, though you all just let me know if I even need to do that. So when you go to this page here, does it work well enough for you to be able to like search through all of the icons? Or should I just make my own page? I guess that's true, Vulture Bike. It's fine. Okay, and then I won't even worry about making my own. But eventually we might need to. It's all right, so we'll keep it. Let's work on Vox. So right now, well, first of all, I updated this so that it shows questions that have been asked for the past 60 days. For a while, it was only the past 7 days. So now this will show older questions and ideas. However, someone did point out that it's possible to ask a blank question like that. And I need to fix that. So that's what I'm going to do. And this is all just actually going to be backend code. So if I go into my API, this is where that code lives. And it should be a pretty easy fix. So I'll give you a high-level overview of how the backend works. It is a Feathers.js app, and so everything's broken down into services. So I have a Patreon service, which I guess gets notified, or gets a webhook notification whenever I get new patrons. I've got the Twitch services, which listens for chat with TMI.js. And I see in the chat that people are really messing with it now. So these are fine because this is like technically a question, but these two are not fine because they're empty. And then what else? Oh yeah, and so this Twitch chat listener right here basically plugs into TMI and it's listening for messages. And then if it determines that the message, I believe, is a command. Yeah, so if the message is a command, then I create a command using the command service. If it's not a command, meaning it doesn't start with exclamation mark, then it's just a chat message. So if it starts with... Who just did that? Weirdo Flex. Careful. There is DOM Purify in here, but I might need to actually update that. So, yeah. But yeah, so it creates a command, and then the command service, I believe, will defer off to the Vox Populi service if it detects that the command is a Vox command. So when a new message gets created, if it... Oh yeah, and actually it's possible to archive your question. Let's see if this works. So I don't think a lot of people use it, but for anyone, so like anyone that just made one of these test messages, if you do !archive space the number of your question, let's see if it disappears. Because that's something we added a long time ago, but we have to do the question number. So if you do !archive 2579, I think. Well, I guess America 2050 you might be dealing with slow mode. Archive 2580. I think it disappeared. Yeah. So everyone that asked a test question, archive your question right now. Let's make sure that that still works. Yeah. So those can disappear. Sweet. That is something that I probably just need to add up here. Because it does work. But I forgot that we also added the archive command, which is actually telling you to subscribe to my archive YouTube channel, which is kind of hilarious. I'm just going to delete that command for now. Remove command. Cool. If you do the YouTube command, you can get a link to my archive channel. Okay. So that's awesome. And then we get in here. So if the message starts with !ask or !idea or !submit, we actually increase the question counter, and then we will insert it into the Vox thing at some point. Yeah. So, but what I need to do is make sure that the question itself isn't blank, which I'm not doing right now. Because right now, if you do !ask, it basically just sets a, I guess it gives it a name of question. And then, oh wait, no, that's the counter. Never mind. Yeah, I give it a count value whenever you ask. And I'm guessing I actually don't really even do any parsing of the Vox message. All of the parsing happens on the front end. So the back end literally just, if it starts with !ask, labels it as a question. It doesn't even look at the message contents. But all of these are stored in a Mongo database. So this is running on a server and then inserting stuff into a MongoDB. Yeah. I did say hello to you, White Legend. So yeah, you missed it. Okay, so I think here's the thing. No, so I'm using MongoDB Atlas. I could stop the question from even being updated if it doesn't have a contents. And I guess I'll do that. Honestly. Build an AI to decide if the question was good enough. Well, I mean, one thing we could do is build an AI to auto-respond to questions if they're like common questions. Okay, the only reason I'm hesitating is because it looks like most of this logic is handled on the front end anyways. And like at this point, the command is already in the database. Like the only thing that this thing is specifically doing is giving it a number so that it can be uniquely identified in the front end. And that's it. So, you know what? We'll just do it right here. Command, and then args. Split on a space. Don't actually need the command. We get args, we'll join them all together. We'll say if and trim it. Do nothing. Yeah, the entire command is already in the DB. So that's so if you're interested in like the backend architecture here, that's the interesting thing about Feathers.js services is like this. Oh, I'm actually in the command service. Okay. If I look in the Vox Populi service, I guess technically I could even prevent it from being listed here. But so yeah, that's the interesting thing about Feather services is they don't necessarily have to talk directly to have to be mapped one-to-one to a database table, or database or a document store, because the commands service is pointed at the commands document store, and then the Vox Populi service is really just a view into that document store because it automatically filters and sorts all of the commands if they were questions or if they were ideas or submissions. So that's how I'm using services here in a I guess like a non-direct way. Yeah. Yeah, I am aware of the audible buzz, and I have no idea where it's coming from. And today's not the day to fix it, I don't think. It's possible it's a fan, but I listened to the VOD, yesterday's VOD, and I don't think it was a fan. I'm going to fix it at some point, though. This.data.questions.forEach. And then get Vox searches all the commands. You're not a big fan. I get it. You're not a big fan of the fan. Okay, I guess here's actually another spot that I could do it. So I started doing this business here where I was like parsing it and making sure that it actually had a message. I think I think I do want to do this because if it doesn't have a message, then I don't want to increase the counter. So that's good. Great. But I also want to do it over here in that I won't even return it to the front end if it doesn't have a message content. Yeah, so I can do this right here. If not value.trim, do nothing. And we don't even want it. Cool. That's the winner there. Okay, so I'm not even going to test that. I'm going to assume it just works. The other thing is you all want to be able to remove your flag or your badge. So let's do that. And so that handler is in the back end as well. Yeah, so country, flag, team, or pronoun is all right here. So if the command is country or the command is flag, I think the way I'm going to let you clear it is just with an empty param. So if you do ! flag with nothing, then I actually just want to clear it. Because I don't want to add another command like clear flag or delete flag. It's just flag with an empty param will remove your flag. What's up, Bajosi? Welcome in. So that's what I'm going to do. So right now, the country lookup is args.shift.toLowercase.trim. And we'll say if you didn't specify a country, Flag clear or flag remove. I guess that could work. I guess let's do that. I'll do flag clear. So if country lookup is equal to clear, and I think this is fine because this is not going to interfere with any country name. Or empty? I like clear, I think, more than empty. Okay, so if it's clear, we're going to do this update. Yeah, so we're already doing 2 lowercase, so that should be fine. I will find a country named clear. So I think I can just do undefined, and then we'll literally remove the property from the user. That should work. Yeah. So honestly, you can do clear or remove. I have no issue with either of them. So if you do !flag clear or !flag remove, we're just going to set your country to undefined in the user's database. And then we can do a similar thing with the team. However, we need to make sure that there is not a team named clear or remove. That's not there. Remove is one, though. It has to be, right? It's trash. I'm glad to hear it, Veritatis. Glad you could tune in. Yeah, so, and I guess, yeah, there is, but right now, anyways, there's no icon named clear or remove. So we can actually do a very similar thing right here for team. And so if team is clear or remove, else we do all this, and then we do this. Will this work though? I'm curious if this clears out properties. I think it will, because I'm actually just doing a Mongo query. Should be fine. Should be fine. And then you probably want to be able to clear your pronouns as well. So let's do that. Actually, no, because you can set your pronouns to none. Or I guess if you don't want your pronouns displayed at all. So if pronoun is clear or pronoun is remove, we will do it like this. Cool. I have never done Mongo geospatial queries, but I know they have like a GeoJSON type. Deploy faster. I just have to. So I mean, this is the art of just updating code without testing it and then deploying it. I have to think about it for a little bit, and it seems fine. Yeah, this is gonna work. So let's YOLO it. YOLO commands update. All right, give me a second and I'll deploy it. A command to remove them all in one go? Nah, you gotta run multiple commands. I've already committed. Oh, I didn't know they had gender icons. I'll have to look at that in just a second. Are they on the free tier? Yeah, I mean, that's a good point, American 2050. People have mentioned that before. Basically, being able to preview what your status stuff is. I could do that. The only issue is I would need a bot that has access to the database so that I can return what your current info is. So yeah. No, I mean, I eventually will clean up the code. Yeah. So here, I mean, the history of this code is that for a lot of it, I just coded it on stream like in a couple of hours, and it all still kind of works just fine. But if I do want more people contributing to it, it definitely could use a cleanup and a refactoring. But not today. What's my most complex solo project? I don't know if I can answer that. My overlay to show the message. Oh, I see what you mean. So like after setting it, it literally responds to the chat with what the value is. Same idea though. I would still need some backend bot that has access to the database. All right. You all, has anyone tried clearing their flag yet? I guess I can try. So flag clear. It's gone. And team clear. It's gone. Nice. And pronoun clear. It's gone. Sweet. First try. Magic. Okay. Great. We can check a box. But see, like, this is the other thing about cleaning up the code. Like, I still know how to work on it. I can still make updates to it. So, like, do I need to clean it? GDPR, I guess, would just be an alias for clear all. Yeah. But I think that's the thing. I think you do have to be pragmatic about refactoring and cleaning code and stuff like that. Because refactoring does not bring any immediate business value. Obviously, it makes it easier and better for devs to contribute to the code base, but in the short term, you get no business value out of it. Cool. And awaited. Thank you for that sub. Just wondering how it's done in JavaScript. Yeah, I mean, it's the same as any other language. Like, you just rewrite the code. Yeah, awaited. Thank you for that resub. Okay. Yeah, and then you could introduce new bugs when you're trying to change the code, which is why, like, when you're making updates or refactorings, you want to make sure that you have tests so that you can easily test your changes. I have 0 tests in that entire backend code base. So, I mean, just writing tests alone would be one undertaking that would need to happen before the refactor. But yeah, a question from Gokai who says, just wanted to get your opinion on something. I've been working as a developer for about 2 years, but I feel kind of stuck. Any tips on evolving at this point? Build newer, more interesting things. And I guess that depends on if you have the spare personal free time to work on stuff. If the only time you get to code is at work, then you might need to talk to your boss and be like, hey, I'm bored. Hey, I'm not getting any fulfillment. Is there anything that I can do? But I think if it's personal projects, just pick something else to work on. I have a ton of personal projects that I started and never finished, but it's always fun to start new projects. Obviously, that's kind of like horrible advice, but it's true. It's fun to start new stuff. But yeah, if it has to do with work, you really got to talk to your boss and then potentially find a new job. But yeah. No test is greater than a failed test. Yeah. We already got 2 things done and we're only an hour into stream, so that's great. Yeah, I mean, and then that's another thing is, so if you already have 5 side projects, you can go pick one and go back to it. So yeah. Mac is saying, I'm allergic to multiple if-else statements. I come from more object-oriented language, that's why. Yeah, I mean, so we could do a quick refactoring there. And let's talk about that really quick. Like, what would be other ways to write this code? This is going to be in the Twitch command service. That'll be a fun little thing. So specifically, right here. So this function is a handler for every single command that comes into the backend. So whether it's exclamation mark here, exclamation mark set status, exclamation mark flag, exclamation mark ask, every one of those messages is going to come through here. So there are other ways you could write this. Right now I just have if statements that are matching against a regular expression. So if it's a here message, do this. If it's a set status, do this. If it's a clear status, do this. If it's a country thing, do this. One refactoring that you could do is basically the contents of every single if, else, or else if could be its own function that's specifically named a thing. So like I could pull this out into a function called update last seen or update here. I could pull this into a function called update status. I could pull this into a function called clear status. Or I could reuse the update status method, but just pass null into it. And then this here is a bunch of sub commands. So like this would be like update country or clear country. Yeah, there are definitely clearer ways of writing this. But that said, that if I were to refactor this function into that way, and actually let me zoom out just so you can get a bigger picture of what's happening. I also realized that I'm really used to looking at really big code, and for other people, they kind of want to look at it like this. Yeah, I mean, it would clean the code up, but also I would basically have like 10 new functions, and it may or may not make sense to actually pull these things into functions if this is really the only place where that code is happening. Though, if you're following like Uncle Bob's clean code stuff, and he talks about how like functions should only be like 4 lines long, you could do some serious refactoring on this. But for me, this is clear enough. I think once you introduce too many new functions, then it could actually get harder to follow because you have to follow those function calls everywhere. But yeah. Well, thank you, Crux. Appreciate that. Do a switch case instead. I could. Yeah. No. I mean, you're not alone, Mac, because the thing is, I'm also very self-conscious of my code, and so I realize that even going in here to update the code, like, I know it can be better. I know that. But I also am pragmatic about it, and it works. If the code works, then I don't necessarily want to spend the time updating it. But let it be known, there are clearer ways and more succinct ways of writing this code. There absolutely are. Yeah. Yeah, and like that's the other way you could do a serious refactoring here is so instead of a bunch of if statements, now you have almost like a function handler lookup in either a map or an object. So you can say function handler dot get and pass in the command name, and if a function handler exists, you now have a function that you can invoke with like these arguments. So yeah, and you also could do like an object-oriented refactoring in that fashion, where you have like a command handler class that keeps track of all the command handlers and then like passes arguments to a given command handler when a command is run. So yeah, let's see, American 2050. Oh, nice! You've got a nice little prototype. Yeah, I this is what I inferred as to what you were saying, but like I said, the bot would need message send access, and it would need access to my database. Like that's one of the other aspects of like a lot of this code that I've written for like the overlays is I try to avoid giving the bots too much permission, because if ever there were some sort of like command injection or something like that, I want to limit the amount of damage that someone could do. So yeah, it's easier to test the function. It would be, yeah, and I think that's another aspect of refactoring, and another aspect of how you write the code is like if I were to refactor this into command handler thingy and then individual command handlers, it would be much easier to write individual unit tests, because if this was extracted into its own little thing, I could then write a unit test for that one little functionality. Whereas right now, if I were to try to write a test for this, I would have to write tons of tests for all the possible things that this one function is doing. So that's another argument for like why this should be broken up a little bit more, is testing it would be easier. Yeah. I don't know if you're being if you're being facetious. Like, what is testing? I mean, there literally are no tests in this code base, but you make a good point. 4 lines, you say? What's up, 4-line code? You're right on cue. Uncle Bob. Yeah, I'll tell you about Uncle Bob if you haven't heard of him. Uncle Bob, clean code. He wrote the book Clean Code, and there's a second clean code book. Though he has gotten into some recent trouble for I don't even remember what it was, if it was like sexist comments or misogynistic, which I guess is kind of the same thing. So a lot of people don't recommend him anymore because of all that. But I mean, the book he wrote, Clean Code, A Handbook of Agile Software Craftsmanship, is like, it's a classic. It's like, yeah, one of the foremost books written on clean code, and he might have even coined the term clean code. Break each command into its own module. Dynamically call the name matching module from the command handler. Yeah. If it works, don't touch it. I mean, that's really what I'm saying right now. But let it be known, I know how to refactor. I could definitely think of lots of other ways to write this better. I'm just not going to, at least right now, anyways. Yeah, it's true, and like that's the other thing to think about, is you could go too far in the refactoring direction, and then it just turns into like enterprise Java, where you have like command handler factory and stuff like that, and then it's just the code gets really abstracted and really hard to follow. Yeah, I mean, and it's not the end of the world, because it is good practice. Like it's good practice refactoring to think about other ways to solve a given thing. But yeah, let's take a quick stretch. Actually, I've been streaming for about an hour, so I'll take a quick break. And what am I going to work on when I get back? Yeah, I want to be able to hover over emotes to get the emote name, because like right now, if I hover this, I don't get the emote name. Or if I hover that, it should say lull, and it doesn't. So I want to fix that. So when I get back, I'll fix that. Yeah. No, I would say I would say it is more common in well-structured code. And actually, I mean, if you look at my my Twitch bots, some of them are structured that way. So if you look at my like Samwise Gardner Twitch bot, this thing has a commands folder, and then there's specifically this thing loaded text. I actually got rid of all the text commands because I wanted Streamlabs to handle all of those. But if you look at, I guess it's actually just handled in here. So get commands, and then when a message comes in, oh yeah, that's the other thing. This bot like makes sure that you have permissions to run certain commands, and then command info is what you get if the command actually exists. So get the command by its name. If it doesn't exist, that's not a valid command. If it does, we can check its permissions, and then we can invoke the handler with the given arguments. And then all of those commands live in here. So like there's the shoutout bot handler, and then the focus handler. And then like focus has sub commands like focus start, focus end. So there are if statements in there. I don't know. Oh, I see what you're saying, American 2050. Okay. Yeah. I'll write it down. Overlay specific what are we saying? Team and badges acknowledgement. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, this is something I could definitely do, just like a read-only page where you could put in your username and then you could see get a preview of what your chat message would look like. I had 3 uncles growing up. They're all named Bob. Yeah. Was there a clean code video series? I think Uncle Bob has done actually quite a few videos and stuff. So you can, if you search YouTube, I'm sure you could find something. Any tips to get hired as an entry-level software engineer? Have a good portfolio. Practice interviewing. Get your resume reviewed and try to have a good resume. Yeah, and what's up, Monst? We made some updates to the overlay today. That's how it's going, but I am going to take a quick break pretty soon. Yeah. Oh, thank you, Ashish. Appreciate it. Yep. Well, my stickers are on a case, and so right now I have a new case that I haven't put any stickers on. So, and thank you, Ashley B, for that stretch. Oh, glad to hear it, Craig. I personally haven't used Astro, but I know a lot of people have talked about it on stream and suggested it. Render Melon. I don't know if I remember you. I probably do. I'm gonna look at your message history. It's been a long time. Your last message was 2 years ago, Render Melon. That's crazy. Cool. Well, welcome back. Glad to have you. Yeah, so if you search YouTube, I'm sure you'll find some clean code videos. And thank you, Paper. Appreciate that. Trying to refresh my JavaScript skills because it's been a while. Do I know some good projects to do this with? I guess it varies. Like, you could do, like, practice algorithmic problem solving. Like, that's one way to increase your skills. But that's not the only way because that's not as useful if you're building front-end apps on a daily basis, because you would get more practice, better practice, more relevant practice if you were building like front-end UIs. I always point to this App Ideas repo by Floor and Pop. It has hundreds of projects that are grouped into like beginner, intermediate, and advanced. And then each one of the projects also has like user stories and features that you can add, and some resources if you want to work on that project. So I would say if you're a front-end dev, picking one of these projects and then just trying to build it is a good way to increase your skills. And that's different from solving problems on Leak Code or on Code Wars, because those are more focused on algorithmic problem solving versus like just UI issues and framework issues and stuff like that. Yeah. And your last Twitch visit was 2 years ago. And thank you, Crux Knight, for the hydrate. And shout out to the person that asked about mugs last time. If you go to the merch page, we have mugs now. We got mugs. First of all, if you didn't know I had merch, you can find all these t-shirts here. But I just added these mugs this morning, so you too can have a code mug. I don't know why it's listed twice here. The Teespring app is broken 3 times. Let me know, and they're all the same mug. But yeah. What's up, Slippery Fish? Welcome in. We were writing some code, but I'm about to take a break. Actually, I mean, we could try writing a game today. Maybe we'll do that as some potential YouTube content. Vanilla JS game in 10 minutes. We'll do that when I come back. That sounds interesting. We'll build a game in 10 minutes. And what's up, Derry? You like playing RPGs and MMOs? Starting a late college course in computing, and hopefully going on to coding and software development. Nice. Appreciate the intro. Thanks for coming in. We're happy to have you here. Stoney says, I'm trying to compile FFmpeg with the NVNC codec and run it in Docker with GPS pass-through. Sounds fun. Hey, no worries, Mac. I appreciate your comments, and I'm always happy to go on a tangent. So yeah. Anyone in Europe that ordered a shirt, let me know. Can I help you with errors in JavaScript, like try and catch? Yeah. I mean, if you want to post a GitHub gist that shows some code you're having an issue with, I'd be happy to talk about it. But that's a possible quick YouTube video, though. Like, when to use try catch, what is try catch, that kind of thing. I was thinking for the 10-minute game series, if completely vanilla would be more interesting than like a game framework. I appreciate that, Derry. Hopefully I can guide you. Any suggestions on finding the right data for more extensive projects? Whenever I try to solve a local problem, it usually lacks data because it's often not publicly available. Yeah, I mean, I think I have a whole list of APIs, and I linked to a list of APIs. Let me pull that up really quick. If you look at the Seedling School front-end project, this is a thing we did a long time ago. I want to bring it back eventually. I'm a little bit busy right now, but essentially I gave you an assignment, you as a person learning to code, and I had the goals for this specific project, described what you're going to build, gave you example project ideas, and then you could submit a pull request to this repo. But this was 2 years ago at this point, and I mean, I haven't looked at the pull requests in a long time. However, in this README, and part of the project was to interface with an external API. So in this README, you can see links out to this. This is probably the most popular one. But this lists public APIs with publicly available data that you can try and find an interesting one and build a project around. This is a specific website. A lot of the ones listed here are in the previous repo as well. I literally point you to DuckDuckGo. I was like, let me DuckDuckGo that for you. Oh, Rapid API has one. So that's a thing. I'll just link this section as well. But yeah, I mean, to the question of looking for the right data, I would just find a publicly available API, and then you can like build an app around that. And it always it doesn't have to be anything amazing or anything innovative. Really, if you just want to practice coding, yeah, I mean, you could literally build a movie app, right? Build an app using the MovieDB, and I mean, that's a lot of practice, even though it's not unique. What's up, Mr. Yasser? Welcome in. There's a 90-second drop, 90-second cooldown on the drop game. Is it completely broken? Yeah, there it goes. If I'm working on my own branch of a Git repo, do I ever need to pull from main to keep it in sync? If you want to avoid merge conflicts, yeah. Like, so if you know that main is constantly being updated, it's good to every so often pull that into your branch to make sure that you haven't changed anything and resolve any merge conflicts early. Because if you wait too long, there might be a ton of merge conflicts that would be really hard to resolve. So yeah, you want to pull main in as often as possible. Yeah. Do I think building a nice portfolio of projects can be an alternative to boot camps or college in regards to finding employment? Yeah, it absolutely can. But like, that's the thing. Like, if you don't have a college degree on your resume and you didn't go to a coding boot camp, you have to show something. And a portfolio of projects is one way to do that. Though I will say, like, for larger companies, they pretty often want you to have a degree, even if it's not in computer science or software engineering. They just want to see that you have a degree of some kind. So that can be tricky. But I think as long as you do have a portfolio of projects and you can really show you're capable of doing this thing, then sometimes that's enough. Yeah. What's my thoughts on Rapid API? It's confusing for beginners, and they too often make something seem like it's free to call an API, but you actually need a Rapid API account, and then you're dealing with, yeah, I don't know. I don't like Rapid API that much. That's just my personal experience with it, but it's pretty often that like it seems, oh yeah, this is going to be great, and then it's not. But yeah. And what's up, Mr. T? Mikush? Yeah, we're catching up, and then I'm going to take a break. It is unique when you build a DVD ripper and video encoder that, yeah, so like you can take an existing data set that is typically like overused and make something interesting out of it. I'm not saying you can't, but yeah. But that actually sounds like a cool idea, Stony Eagle. My relaxed reaction of noticing a broken feature, yeah. Well, I mean, I think that just comes with experience. Like, oh yeah, that's broke. It's going to take some time to fix. So yeah. Is this the new acronym for FANG? What I apply for if I had to go back and work as a dev? Is Mang the new FANG? I'm not up to date on all this. What are Mang stocks? What's the M stand for? America? I would prefer manga instead of yeah, me too. Oh, Meta. Okay. Meta instead of Facebook. I get it. Facebook, Amazon, Apple, Netflix, Google. So now I'm thinking about which one I would work at. Whichever one would pay me the most money, because for any one of them, I'm basically selling out. I'm selling my soul. So whoever is going to pay the most for my soul, I will work for them. Yeah. My opinion on GraphQL. It's cool. I just never really got into it, and I've built tons of production apps and production backends without GraphQL. GraphQL was a pretty big fad for a while. I mean, I guess fad is the wrong word. Like, it was very, I don't know the right word to use. A lot of people were talking about it. And it's cool, like the idea that you only have a single back-end endpoint, but all the querying is done from the front end. It's a cool idea, but I haven't built anything huge with it. And I like the style of Feathers.js, where essentially I'm building REST APIs, but those REST APIs are almost immediately available as real-time APIs. And I've never really tried to do real-time stuff with GraphQL. I know you can do like observers and subscriptions, but I've never looked into that kind of stuff. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, no worries, Stony Eagle. I use Plex for my media stuff. It seems to work fine enough for me. Why is Microsoft never? I don't know. I guess that Microsoft should be included in that acronym. Yeah. I had this idea to build a news portal for my university, but they don't expose their API, and it's not practical to use Contentful to update it each day manually. Yeah. I mean, you could potentially do some web scraping. Or if it's likely that a lot of their new stuff might actually expose an RSS feed, so you could use that. But GraphQL is great for really complex data filtering. Yeah, and it's a really interesting concept because you basically just set up your schemas, set up the resolvers, and then now the front end can get the data however it needs. Versus you build a RESTful API, and then a front end developer might need a new endpoint to be created, and then there has to be more back end work. So like that's the dream, right? Is you just set up all your schemas, and then the front end team never has to ask for another endpoint. But I don't know if it's always that simple. Is web scraping legal? It depends. It depends. Yeah, it depends. You have to look at the company's terms of service and stuff like that. Yeah. Okay, I'm going to take a probably like 10-minute break, but when I come back, we're going to do something fun. So I'm either going to create a vanilla JavaScript game in 10 minutes, or actually we'll do both. We'll do both of these when I come back. We'll create a game. When I come back, we'll vote on what game I create, and then we'll do like a really quick introduction to web scraping. Both of which will be turned into YouTube videos. But yeah, before I go, that TRPC, super interesting. This is like the new GraphQL in a way. You write your backend API like this, it generates types, and then you just import those types into your front end, and you can immediately call that backend. I want to try this at some point. Probably not today, but TRPC is pretty cool. All right, I'll be back in 10. Let me leave you with a YouTube video. A short coding improv? I guess that's what the game thing could be. There hasn't been a coding improv shorter than an hour and a half. It would be interesting to see what I could do in 10 minutes. I'll leave you with this. Free online resources to learn to code. Actually, I think I want to go here. Hello. Friends, welcome to Coding Garden with CJ. I'm going to increase the speed? No. Here's the thing. I think this is not big enough, so I'm just going to leave it on the preview screen. But I need to put that on my list of to-dos, which is like a break screen with the video on it. But for now, it's just going to go here. All right, I'll be back when this video is over. Hello, friends. Welcome to Coding Garden with CJ. I am going to answer this question that I get a lot. And Revive Newt has asked it. Hello, Revive Newt. Revive Newt says, what resources do you recommend to self-teach coding? And I'm basically going to tell you all the things that I know are decent. But the thing is, we live in a world where there are so many free resources on the web for learning to code. The things that I mention, you might not like them, but feel free to find other ones. I'm just going to show you the ones where if you have nowhere to start, you don't know where to go, I'm going to show you what you should look at. And I will also mention that this is in reference to, for the most part, web development. I do think that JavaScript, HTML, CSS are really good programming languages to start with. Of course, you can start with other things, but I do like the idea of starting with web development just because it's so easy to get up and going, and you could build a website right now if you really wanted to. Whereas other things take a lot of setup. But regardless, the first recommendation is Free Code Camp. So if you go to freecodecamp.org, this is a totally free curriculum that has lessons on learning about HTML and CSS in the responsive web design category. You can learn about the basics of programming with JavaScript in the JavaScript algorithms and data structures category. And what's really cool about Free Code Camp is it's a project-based learning. So you will create projects, and some of the projects you create can be for nonprofit organizations, which is pretty cool. But one thing I like about Free Code Camp is if you have no idea where to start, you can go into one of these certifications, and you can basically just see a breakdown of all the things that this certification covers. So even if you don't use Free Code Camp to learn directly, the curriculums alone are just a really good roadmap of what you should learn and sort of in what order you should learn it. But what I'll recommend is pretty much every resource I show you, you should check out all of these resources and pick the ones that works best for you. But yeah, HTML and CSS, JavaScript, front-end libraries like React, and CSS frameworks like Bootstrap. So Free Code Camp is great. Another one to check out is the Odin project, and this is very similar. It's basically a free online curriculum. I believe the Odin project, like let's look at full stack JavaScript, and let's look at Web Development 101. Yeah, I think the thing about the Odin project is it's mainly just lessons, right? So with Free Code Camp, you actually are doing the lessons inside of the website itself. So if you go to the lesson, it has a prompt on the left, you write your code here, and then it tells you whether or not you pass that particular question. The Odin project is just articles that describe things so that you can learn and give you exercises to do, which I think is really good because it forces you to get out of the web browser and start to code things like a real developer in that you're using potentially the terminal, you're using an editor, that kind of stuff. So, but again, the Odin project is another one of those things where if you have no idea where to start, just looking at their curriculum will give you a good idea of what you need to learn and where you need to learn it. So these are in the category of more structured things. I'll also show you a really good resource, which is MDN, the Mozilla Developer Network. This is like the de facto documentation for how to do things on the web. But they also actually have a section on learning web development, and they have tutorials. So not only is it a reference where you can actually look up how things work, like in the browser and stuff like that, you can actually find a guided tutorial and different things like that as well. So you can check these out. And then let's move on to this other thing, Khan Academy. So Khan Academy is also very similar to Free Code Camp in that the exercises you do are on the website itself. And Khan Academy is great. They have more than just programming. Go away. They have a ton of different things, but they also have this computer programming course. And again, this is another one of those things that just kind of breaks it down, right? It tells you what order you should learn things in, and it's a good resource. All right, that's it for like prescribed curriculums. Now I'm just going to show you a bunch of resources that will help you in your learning journey. And thank you very much, David Snyder, for the 10 bits. Thank you very much. The first one is Daniel Schiffman of the Coding Train. So on YouTube, if you just search for Coding Train, you'll find a ton of super interactive and extremely informational videos. Thank you for the 10 bits, David. Much appreciated. And especially if you're completely and totally new to programming, this code playlist is what you're looking for. Like this code playlist takes you from knowing absolutely nothing about programming to building cool interactive visualizations and small games. So definitely check out this code playlist. And then just in general, take a look at the Coding Trains channel, because he does live streams like I do, and you can tune in and learn a bunch of stuff. He especially does things like machine learning and artificial intelligence and all kinds of really cool stuff. My next recommendation is just search YouTube. There is so many resources and so much content on YouTube. I mean, of course, you could look at my channel, but if you just search learn web development, let's see what channels pop up. And thank you very much, Nandos, for the 100 bits. My overlay is broken right now. My emote parsing is broken, but I thank you for the 100 bits. And look at this. So the Coder, a great YouTube channel. You should definitely check her out. Let's see who else. Web Dev Simplified, that's a great channel. Traversy Media is great. Stefan just has a bunch of great life advice. Code Academy has a YouTube channel. There's Dev Ed. There's Academind. I mean, pretty much any of these top results, you can just go into that YouTube channel and you're going to find a ton of really great resources on how to learn how to code. So definitely use YouTube. And then another thing I'll mention is just in terms of practicing coding, Code Wars is a really great website. So Code Wars are user-submitted coding problems that you can just practice. So one of the things about learning to code is it's not just like you just learn XYZ and then you're done. You basically have to keep practicing. And I practice every single day. I'm constantly learning and growing. And so if you want to get good at it and you want to stay good at it, you have to constantly learn and grow as well. And so Code Wars is a great website for practicing all of the things that you've learned in isolation with small coding problems. This is my break timer. Let's take a quick stretch. Yeah, and I realize this is actually like way longer than I thought this video was going to be, but these are great resources. So check out Code Wars. There are a lot of other websites like this, and I recommend to try all of those. There's things like Leet Code, Coding Game, a lot of different things like that. And then the last thing I'll mention is this course called CS50, and this is kind of in the category of free online college courses. So there are a bunch of very prestigious universities that actually put their course content online for free that you can learn from. And CS50 is a course that's offered by Harvard. But you can go in, you can check out the syllabus for this class. You can look at you can actually watch videos from each of the lessons. You can see all of the exercises, and this is the exact same content that a student at Harvard would have seen. And so there are other ones out there. I mean, there are courses from Stanford and MIT. If you just search for like free college courses, you can find resources for that as well. Yeah, so all of these things are great for self-learning. There's a million more. The internet is just full of things. Raul says don't use all of them at the same time. I would recommend you find one that works for you and then try to just stick with it. But after you've learned the basics, then I think it is good to jump around. And I mean, in reference to like YouTube channels, every instructor teaches in a different way. So you'll potentially learn something different, even if they're talking about the same topic. So I recommend jump around, learn things, all that good stuff. Yeah, so that's it for that. Hopefully these resources are helpful to you. I'll link all of them in the description of the video, and leave a comment. Let us know what resources are helpful for you. See you later. Say bye, YouTube. Bye, YouTube. Hello? So I changed microphone cables just to see if that would get rid of the buzz. There's still a buzz though. I can see it in the audio monitor. I'm gonna try one more thing. There's still a buzzing. Oh, this microphone has a blue cover on it, so it's invisible. This is a test, a check. How different do I sound with this microphone? But it seems like maybe there's less of a buzz, and you really just hear. Yeah, there's no buzz. You do hear the background fan or whatever. That. And hey, Imalastra, I saw your message. What's up? It's less boomy. I mean, I could also increase like the bass. Let me see. Give me a second. Check. Hello. 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 Yeah. I don't know if it's the mic. If it was the if it was the microphone. Um, I could also try the USB. King Waffle, thanks for that Twitch Prime. The thing, this is a Shure SM58. It's like a less than $50 microphone. The buzzing is a vibration from the fan. Okay, so the buzzing should be gone. I don't know if it is because I can see it in my audio monitor. The buzzing is worse when you put it in the stand. Oh. Okay. How about now? Yeah, it's the stand vibrating. That's absolutely what it is. Yeah. Okay, we can fix this. But so the stand is on the same desk as my streaming PC, which has a fan going. I think that's the issue. Okay, give me one moment. We're gonna fix this. Yeah, I think a shock mount would work, but the issue is like usually you don't need a shock mount with a non-condenser microphone. This is just a passive mic. It's not a condenser. But yeah, give me a second. Check. So I think that got rid of it. Someone asked, how is my mic hanging? I had the mic stand attached to the desk that had the streaming PC on it. Now the mic stand is attached to the desk. Oh yeah, I'll have to fix the sync after this, but now it's attached to the desk where I type. So here's the other issue though. Once I start typing, does it start sounding weird? And I need to fix. I can put this in a better spot, I think. Because right now it's like it's coming at me in this way. But let's play Type Racer. Oh yeah, and if you do exclamation mark what pronouns, that will tell you what pronouns you can use. And then exclamation mark pronoun followed by one of those pronouns is how you can set it. I'm distracted about how depressing this text is. Well, I can't recall one time in my life when I felt as lonely as I do tonight. Tonight I feel like an old violin, soon to be put away and never played again. All right, I got 66 words per minute. So while I was typing, was there any weird interference or anything like that, or did it sound all right? But yeah, we got rid of the buzz, which is nice. That's exciting. It was great. Sounds perfect. Awesome. All right, now we can test the audio sync. Sounded typey. Nice. Is it pretty in sync? What do you think? Perfect? It's horrible. All right. Oh. Yeah, of course it's behind. So every time I play a video, I remove the delay. Yeah. This should fix it. Test. Seashells by the seashore. How much wood could woodchuck chuck if woodchuck could chuck wood? How distracting is my microphone stand sticking out like that? It's funny because you can like kind of see through. Moderately distracting. This is a Rode microphone stand. Yeah, I think the only fix is to put the stand even further back. But I'm glad we got rid of the buzz. I'll leave it for now. Cover the mic stand in blue tape. Actually, I mean, I guess I could. Okay, I'm gonna move the stand one more time and then we'll get going. Yeah, I don't, I don't like that now the mic is coming from the other side. I forgot that that's what would happen if I moved it over there. And now it's just a floating mic stand. Yeah, a ceiling mount would definitely work. But let's see. If I go down here, it's hidden behind the garden. But now it's a little bit far away. Can you still hear me all right? Test, test, 1, 2, microphone check. Hello. How are you? Is it, I mean, the thing is, if I get really close to the microphone like this, it probably sounds better, right? Test, test, 1, 2. This is the microphone really close. Which one which one is perfect? When it's really close, but the thing is, like I said, I don't want to have this floating. It sounds deeper, but it's both okay. All right, we're going to go down here. Like right there-ish. Check, check. All right, this is it. This is it. We're going here. And that's the other cool thing is now you can't see the microphone, which I actually do like. We're going to go with this for at least for a little bit, and then I could potentially figure out better mic placement. Yeah. All right. We're here. All right. So I think I saw a couple of people asking about the overlay. So anybody that just joined us, I'll tell you how it all works. You can set a team badge. So you can see Shecky has the trash can. Acid Spark has GitHub. Cesar has coffee. Yaps has JavaScript. American 2050 has bots. So if you go to this page, the Font Awesome icon search, you just want to make sure that it's either solid, a brand, and it's listed as free, and then you can pick any one of these. Search for code. Ice cream. Yeah, so and then anyone on this page, like this, ice dash cream, then you do !team, followed by the thing you found, and now all of your messages will have that icon next to it. You can also set your country flag. So if you do !flag followed by your 2-character country code, for me it's the US, that will put your country flag next to your messages. And then you can also set your status. And then every message will have that status below it, like that. Oh yeah, and then we also have pronouns. So you can choose from this list of pronouns: she, he, they, they, co, none, they, hi, it, one, em, or yo, and then do !pronoun followed by 1 from that list, and then you'll get pronouns in the overlay. States do not work. We need to add that to the feature list. Yeah, so like US : Texas, something like that. People have talked about it in the past, so we'll maybe put it on the list. Allow US state flags. It's true. Yeah, Acid Spark has the GitHub team and a status about Git. Oh yeah, and then somebody mentioned earlier they actually have gender icons on Font Awesome. Is this what they were talking about? There has to be a jQuery icon. Categories, gender. Gender has 14 icons. Okay, yeah, this isn't quite the same as pronouns. But I will say, like, at least for me, these are less useful because I don't know what these signs mean on their own. I would actually have to see what the signs are called. If that makes any sense. Like, if I don't know what this means. I don't know what it implies. Okay. Yeah, I don't know exactly. Yeah, it might correspond to certain pronouns. I don't know though. All right. Let's write some code. So what we're going to do now is try to build a game in 10 minutes. So I need you all to vote on what game we will build. Here are your options. Tic-tac-toe. Snake. That already sounds hard. What are some other simple games? Simple games. I want to do it in, I mean, I might have to do like 15 minutes or less. Wordle. Pong. Pong is definitely one. Grand Theft Auto 5? Minesweeper? Yeah, Pac-Man would be really hard to do in 10 minutes. The dinosaur game is possible, but I sort of did something like that on Coding Improv before. Chess. Easy. Rock, paper, scissors. Rock, paper, scissors. And then we could do Wordle. So the thing is, I guess in any one that we decide to do, we'll have to do a little bit of setup first to make sure, like if we do Wordle, I want to make sure I have a word list before I start coding. You laugh, you lose. How would I make a game out of that? Cookie clicker? Like you literally just click and the count goes up? I can grab the word list. Yeah, but I would still have to do that. I don't want to. I don't know how long that would take me, but yeah. My plan is to build this with vanilla JavaScript. I mean, the thing is, I don't want to turn this into an hour coding challenge. I want to just code this as fast as possible. And I want it to be somewhat universal. Like everybody knows what tic-tac-toe is. Everybody knows what snake is. Everybody knows what pong is. Guess the number. That's too easy. I have to remind myself how snake works. But I think we could make it where like if the snake doesn't wrap around, you instantly die. That could make it easier. Pong would be somewhat tricky because I'd have to build an AI to play against. And Chinese checkers. Well, yeah, and that's the other thing is it's not going to be a networked multiplayer game. I think that's kind of why we need like a one-player game or you versus the computer game. 2048 seems hard. These are your options. These are things that I think I could probably do in about 10 minutes if I really, really try my best. I guess Hangman? For Hangman, we would need a word list as well. Yeah. Oh yeah, we could like the match the pair like a memory game. Okay. Vote now. You got 5 minutes to vote. Now, understand, I know that these are not hard. They're purposefully easy because I want to be able to do it in like 10 minutes. Hangman and Wordle are the same game. Yeah, but you get less tries with Wordle. Right? Maybe not. Oh, possibly SQL Gourd Star. I think I'll just do a separate video on that. So if these games are not interesting to you, stick around because I'm going to do a quick video on how to web scrape. And what's up, Andrew? Welcome in. Looks like most people are voting for Snake. We'll do it. So I've built Snake before with React. I've never done it with vanilla JavaScript. So this will be interesting. Here's the thing, though. If I code it as fast as possible and get it working, I now know what code I need to write, and so then I could redo it and do it even faster because I already know what code I need to write. Coding Train's Snake Challenge was 30 minutes long. Yeah, that's one of his biggest videos, I believe. I cannot make Snake in 10 minutes. Bet. Let's see how many views that video has. Yeah, 3.2 million views 6 years ago. I guess he's probably gotten a bigger video since then. But no, it's still his most viewed video. Code the Snake game. I could do it in 15 minutes. Would anyone take that bet? Coding Snake in 15 minutes? Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I guess is it cheating to collect my thoughts? To think about like how does Snake work? Like, you'd still take that bet? All right. Dan Abramov did it on YouTube and it was 3 hours. That's because he did it with React. No, I mean, like I did it with React and actually I didn't get it working because this was a conference talk I gave. Develop Denver CJ Snake. Selling snakes at a reptilian. I thought I streamed it live. He did it in plain JavaScript? Okay. Yeah, 3 hours setting up the build environment. Develop Denver. I don't know if did I call it coding improv last time? So mob programming live. Maybe that's what I called it. Yeah. So I think this is like I believe this is a rebroadcast. Yeah. So I actually because I think I recorded it, like I wasn't able to stream it. And so then I played the video and then paused the video every now and then and like fixed the code. Yeah. That's what happened. But I have to sneeze. Give me a second. Okay. Basically, I gave everyone the option at the beginning of the talk. I was like, what should I build? So they got to vote on it. And then I also had them vote on what should I build it with. So the options were like vanilla, React, Vue, I think even Svelte. So they voted on that. And then there were also like, what constraints should I have? And the constraint that they voted on was I was not allowed to run the browser until the end. So I literally had to code the whole thing blind. And obviously it didn't work. Like, obviously I coded the whole thing. And then I wasn't allowed to look at the browser till the end. So that was like the end of the conference talk. I was like, well, doesn't work. But then that's why I restreamed it, because I was like, all right, we'll watch this video together and then I'll actually fix the code. And I wasn't far off. I don't know. Any emote that any word that has a corresponding emote, like confused, gets replaced with that. But I believe it's actually like capital C confused. Yeah. But I too lowercase it so that it just works. And that's why also train gets replaced with the train emote. Okay, so you all voted on Snake. Let's get the project set up. I'm going to do it in vanilla. Would it be cheating if we watched a video on how Snake works first? Or should we just do it? Let's just do it. Yeah, let's just do it. It's cheating. It's cheating. We're just gonna go for it. Just do it. It's more impressive too. So like, if this is your first time stopping here at the Coding Garden, and you're like, "What's this guy doing?" All right. Name the prediction. Will I finish the game in 15 minutes or less? Yes or no? Now, here's what we'll do first. We will make a clear list of requirements that those are the things that I have to hit within the 15 minutes. So let's make that list of requirements first. And then I'll let you all predict. Okay, so Snake. List of requirements. There is a snake on the screen. The snake will change direction based on arrow keys. So up, down, left, right. If the snake collides with itself, game over. If the snake hits a wall, game over. There's a snake on the screen. The snake moves forward. The snake starts moving forward when the game starts. We'll say moving up. Starts moving up. Yeah, so that's what we're going to add next. So the snake will change direction based on the arrow keys. An apple will appear at random. If the snake head collides with the apple, grow the snake by 1 size. Apple reappears at new random location. Random excluding where the snake is. An apple will appear at random on an empty space. Apple reappears at new random location on an empty space. So yeah, the new apple can't appear on top of the snake. I mean, that's the plan. We're gonna do this in 15 minutes. All right. Can anyone think of any other requirements that this game needs? Snake game speedrun. A Dragon Ball Z GIF? The tail has to grow? That's what we have. So if the snake head collides with the apple, grow the snake tail by 1 size. If the snake collides with itself, game over. If the snake hits a wall, game over. The more apples you eat, the faster the game moves. Do we want that? Or is this enough? Do we want a score counter? Because really your score is just how long the snake is. I guess we do want a score counter. And it's how many apples you eat. If the snake head collides with the apple, grow the snake tail by 1 size. Increase score by 1. We'll also say score displays at the top of the page. Snake can't move in the direction of its body even when the arrow is pressed. I just think if you go in the direction of your body, you instantly lose. I think that's fine. And yeah, that's why I don't think there needs to be a timer. It's just because once you collide with yourself or the wall, the game is over. Yeah. If the snake head is moving left, what happens when a user pushes the right key? Instant lose or ignore keystroke? That's what we're talking about, and I say instant lose? Let's add it. Okay, so not instant lose. If the snake head collides with the apple, grow the snake tail by 1 size, increase the score by 1. Apple reappears at new random location on an empty space. The snake will change direction based on arrow keys. Snake cannot reverse direction if it will collide with itself. Is that the right way to think about that? So like if I'm going up and my length is greater than 1, I can't go down. But if I'm going left and my length is greater than 1, I can go down. Snake cannot reverse at all. The length of the starting snake is 1. We have it so that if it hits the wall, you lose. We're not going to be able to loop through walls. Support controllers. No, you can't. You can't go in the opposite direction. Okay. And then game over. There is a button that will reset the game. Reset length. Reset apple location. Reset score. Starting with length 2? No, it's just 1. It's a single 1. It's just the head. And then it grows. 20 lines of notes. It would be valid if hitting the tail spot immediately behind the head. But that wouldn't let it reverse, because if the tail is immediately behind the head, it can't go in that direction. Actually, we could just say snake cannot reverse direction. So if I'm going up, I cannot go down. But I have to go right, then down. There's something on the top right corner of my blue screen. It's the wall. Well, there we go. The snake cannot reverse direction. Yeah, exactly. That's it. So if it's going up, it can't go down. If it's going left, it can't go right. If it's going right, it can't go left. Left, right. Oh, so that's the thing. I don't want left, right from the snake perspective, because then that gets confusing. Because if you do left, now it's traveling this way. I would want to press up, not press right to go up. You know what I mean? Make it turn via keystroke. Yeah, it will. Yeah. We've got snake will change direction based on arrow keys. Okay. We need a pause key. There is no pause key. Has to be responsive? No. So this will only work on desktop because we're listening for arrow keys. Yeah, and there's no pause. If you want to pause, you just end the game by hitting a wall. All right. Yeah, that's why. Yeah, I hear what you're saying, Cog, in terms of like from the keys direction. Yeah, and we're gonna do this all with vanilla JavaScript. All right, who's ready? Who's ready to predict? So this is my list of requirements. We are going to satisfy all of these within the time limit. What if we do 20 minutes? A 20-minute challenge is more reasonable. We're gonna go with 20 minutes instead of 15. Will I finish this game in 20 minutes or less? And finish means, oh, you can have 3 outcomes? That's new. Isn't that new? What could be the third outcome? Let's number these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Grow the snake tail by 1 size, increase score by 1. We also need snake tail follows head. I'm doing it all with vanilla JavaScript and DOM manipulation. So all of these are going to be elements on a page, like literally a div moving around. Fiddle with the list while I write code. Like I'm mentally writing code right now. All right. The thing is, I don't think we can have a third outcome. Like if I say reaches 75%, because if I reach 75%, then technically let's still no. So yeah, it's yes or no. Can I build this game based on these requirements in 20 minutes or less? And we will set a 20-minute timer as well. What is 60 times 20? 6 times 2 is 12. Add 2 zeros. Yeah. All right. It's constant movement. You need to press to change directions. Oh yeah, that's another fun thing. So whenever I start, if somebody else wants to try to do this as well, you can start, and then at the end of it all, you can share it in the chat. All right. I'm not shouldn't be nervous. This is my stream. Also, there are really no consequences if I don't get it right, or if I don't finish it. So how about this? If I don't get it in 20 minutes, I will gift 10 subs. I'll gift 10 subs if I don't finish this in 20 minutes. All right. Predict. Turkey sub? Yeah. I know. I got this. I have to remember. I mean, it's more fun when I don't know what I'm. Oh, I literally just searched Wikipedia for snake. I want to find the snake game. I mean, yeah, I know that there's gonna be a lot of doubters, and that's fine. But look at this. Anybody that voted yes, you're gonna be rich. Look at how rich you could be. You will multiply your money by 5 at least. And it's not money, it's channel points. Wow. All in with your 20 channel points. Okay. Viewers in your region can only predict without using any seedlings. Oh, like you can literally just say yes or no, but you don't actually win anything? That's unfortunate. The hardest part is the JavaScript setup. It's all vanilla. It's all vanilla. No, like, so this README is all I'm starting with. I have no other code. This is it. And I guess we could actually use CSS Grid. I think we will use CSS Grid. That'll be fun. I got this. 20 minutes. All right. The odds are against me, but I'm going to try my best. Yeah, and we will... Actually, no, I like the chaos of Twitch chat being visible, so I'm not going to enable focus mode right now. No, the... Yeah, I'm not going to enable focus mode. I want... You all have to... You have to be there with me, though, right? Like, you have to comment, point things out. I mean, the thing is, I probably will be too distracted to look at chat, but we'll go from there. All right. Everyone ready? Hello, friends. Welcome to Coding Garden. I'm CJ, and I'm going to do my best to build a snake game quickly as possible using vanilla JavaScript. So if you're not familiar with the snake game, essentially you have a little snake. It's on the screen. You can control its direction, and you're trying to eat apples like that. Okay, so let's go. We have this to-do list. This is basically my requirements. I've already wasted 20 seconds. Let's write some code. So I need an index.html file. I forgot how... Okay, here we go. So I have an HTML file. We're going to give it a name of snake. And I'm going to create a little div here. I'm going to call this my game. So I'm going to give this an ID of game. And then inside of it, we will have... actually, I'll do that with JavaScript. We'll add the snake with JavaScript. All right, so I have an ID of game. I'm going to add some styles. So I'll add this styles.css. Let's do styles.css. I'm going to add a basic reset. Everything has no margin and no padding. I'm going to style the body to be 100 view width. And the height is 100 view height. And then the game, which is inside of the body, will take up 50 vmin. So it should be half of the minimum of the width and the height. Cool, and then I'll just give this an outline of 2 pixels, solid black. So we should just end up with a black square on the screen. Now I need to start this up, so I'm going to use a tool called Light Server, which is just an auto-refreshing static file server. Great, we have a square on the screen, and we're 2 minutes in. I want to put that square in the middle of the screen, so I'm going to make my body a flexbox. We'll do justified content center, a line item center. Great. We have a box in the center. I want that box to be bigger, so I'm going to do 80 vmin. Let's see what we get there. Nice. And what's beautiful about this, boom, we're instantly responsive. We have a square in the middle of the screen no matter where we go. All right, I think the other thing I'll do is I will set up some cells. So for that, I'm going to set up JavaScript. So let's create, we'll call this app.js. We'll go ahead and link it so we don't forget. So right below here, we'll add this script. We'll point it at app.js. Great. And then my app.js, I need to add some cells to the game. So I'm going to create a game element variable, and then I'll say document.querySelector. We want the element with ID game. So this piece of JavaScript is going to give me a reference to that game element, and I'll be able to add stuff to it. And so I guess we'll just do like a 20 by 20 grid. And so I'm going to have a function called like init. And this will actually set up the grid. So I'll have a for loop that goes from, we'll call this row, and we'll do it not 0 index because I'm going to use CSS grid. And let's say we want 20 rows, and then we'll do 20 columns. Cool. So we're gonna have a 20 by 20 grid, and also we can let's parameterize this. So if I say like num rows, we'll set that to 20, and then num columns, we'll set that to 20, and then that will be what we can change if we want to. And then yeah, thank you for that, Mark Boots, less than or equal to, because that way we have 20 of them. What's up with my formatting? Okay, so now we're iterating 20 by 20, and I need to create a cell. So I'll call this the cell element, and we're just going to create a div. So document query selector, not query selector, create element. I want to create a new element that is a div. We'll give that div a class of cell, and then we'll set its style grid row to be row, and then grid column to be column, and then we'll append it to the game. So we'll say game element dot append the cell element. Great. Now we need to make the game a grid. So I'll do display grid, and then grid template columns. I probably need to repeat this up, look this up, but something like 1 fraction 20, and then grid template rows, same thing. And then let's add a cell class. So the cell has an outline of 2 pixels solid black as well. All right, did I do it right? Who's to say? Let's see what we have. So we have the game. It has no cells inside of it because I didn't call my function. So when the app loads up, just call init, and look at that. We got ourselves a bunch of cells that are all a specific row and column in the grid. Yeah, so that's awesome. So we got a 20 by 20 grid. Now we've got our game set up. We have a grid system. Now we just need to put some stuff onto the grid. So there is a snake on the screen. So we need to pick a random location. Yeah, actually, let's see what happens if we do a 10 by 10. So I'll change that there, and actually I'll also set it here. So game element dot grid dot style dot grid template. Why am I not getting autocomplete? Grid template rows. This is probably unnecessary, but I wanted to do something like this so I don't have to set it in the CSS. All right, that, and then that, and then that. Grid template rows, grid template columns, like that. And so now, yeah, so that gives us a 10 by 10. Awesome, awesome. Okay. First thing, so we're 7 minutes in, and we're now going to actually work on the game itself. So there is a snake on the screen. So we need a random XY location for the snake, and we also need like some game state. So let's say like game state is like this. The game has a snake. The snake has a head, which has an X position. Let's call it like X1 and then Y1. And then it has a tail, which will be an array of positions, X's and Y's. And then instead of just starting at 1, we'll do math.random times number of rows. And so we'll do math.floor of math.random times number of rows. And then this is actually number of columns because it's the X. And then this will be number of rows because it's the Y. So that's going to put our snake at a random location. And then we want like a draw update loop. So I have a function that does the draw, which will like place the element on the page. and I'm actually going to pull this game state out here. Let's rename this to init grid. And then the draw will put the snake in a specific cell. So we'll say, and actually, I guess we want to find the cell element that has this row and column and put a specific class on it. So I almost want like cells that I can reference. Yes, that's what I'm going to do. So we'll have something like this. We'll have the grid, which is going to be an object. And then I can say grid at x comma y, or row column, and set that equal to that cell element. Cool. And then the grid is going to be equal to init grid, so I should have access to it here. And then we can say game state. There's a spider on my desk. let me get him off the desk. Oh, he's in my keyboard. Well. Just go that way. Go that way. Okay, yeah, he's going that way now. Hopefully. Talk about bugs. Yeah, there's no bugs in the code yet. There's just a spider. Okay, he's away from me. That's fine. Okay, so we're gonna grab that snake and then put it into a specific cell. So we'll say the head cell is going to be grid at a template string that has, and actually instead of x and y, let's just be consistent with this. We'll say column and row. And then I want this to be between 1 and the number of columns and the number of rows. All right, quick stretch. Let's keep moving. Okay, so right here at GameState.snake.head, comma, GameState.snake.tail. That gives us the specific cell. And then we'll say headCell.classList.add snake head, like this. And then we'll create a snake head class that just has like a background color of green. So the head of the snake will be green. And while we're thinking about it, any tail element will just be black. And then we'll also have an apple element, and this will be red. Okay. So the game starts up, we init the grid, we will just draw, and that should put the snake in a random location. We have an issue. Let's look at the console. Num columns is not defined. That makes sense. We need to pull this out here. Okay, can't access property object. So I actually need GameState.snake.head.row and head.column, like that. Can't access property 9.5 grid is undefined. I need to return the grid here. There we go. Okay, so every time I refresh the page, the snake gets a random location. I think actually I don't ever want it to start on the top row because it's always going to start going up. Actually, I won't even put it at a random location. I'm just going to put it at in the middle of the grid. So num columns divided by 2. So that way you don't run into a weird issue where you stop at the top of you start at the top of the grid, and then you can't go anywhere from there. So yeah, it's always just going to start right in the middle. Awesome. Okay, so we've got our first thing done. The snake starts moving when the game starts. So now we need like an update loop. So we'll have like a function update, and then we'll say game state dot snake dot head dot row plus equals the direction that we're going. So the snake needs a direction. So it starts as going, let's say we go up. It almost needs like a velocity, but it's always just like up, left. It's either up, down, left, or right. So let's just create like an enum type thing. So we'll call this directions, and this will be up, down, left, and right. And then this will just be like that is decreasing the row. Down is up is decreasing, the row. Down is increasing the row. Left is decreasing the column, and right is increasing the column. Cool. So we'll say game state dot. So we'll say if game state dot snake dot direction is equal to up. There's probably a better way to do this, but I only have 5 minutes left, so I'm gonna do my best. If the direction is up, then we want to increase the row by directions dot up. Else down. Else left. And then this is going to be the column instead of the row. And then right, similar thing. This is going to be that. Okay, so now we need a game loop. Before we were just drawing, but now we need to draw. We draw to the screen, and then we update. So I'm going to do a request animation frame. Actually, I'm just going to do a set timeout. Set timeout to call update in, let's say, 500 milliseconds. So every 500 milliseconds, the direction of the snake will change, and then we'll actually update the cell on the page. I do need to remove, actually, so let's just see what happens here. It's really fast. So let's, and is there an error? I don't have any errors. It's only update every 5 seconds. Oh, and then we need to call draw when the page starts. So start drawing, then update. Cool. So 1 second later, it should move up by 1. You're right. Well, actually, no, I don't want set interval. I want set timeout. So I want to update, and then update will then call draw. Right? Yeah. So this is fine. But the issue now is it is, you've only got 3 minutes left. There's no way I'm going to finish this. But the issue now is let's also like pull this into a variable called like frame rate. So if we do like 200 milliseconds, but yeah, the issue now is we never remove the previous heads. So I need to do something like, let's grab every cell on the page. So we'll say document.querySelector for every element that has the class cell. And then for each one, we just want to clear its class list. So cell.classlist. Maybe clear is a function? For each is not, wait, what? Query selector all. Clear is not a function. Yeah, the thing is, I'm gonna have multiple classes on there, so I don't necessarily want to remove it. Actually, and yeah, I just want to say class list equals only cell. That's not working. I'm gonna, yeah, I guess I'll remove the snakehead class. Yeah, there we go. Beautiful. All right, we've got a minute left. I think we can at least make it game over when it hits the top of the page. And so we do this, and then we can say if GameState dot snake dot head is less than or equal to 0, or GameState dot snake dot head head dot row. So if the row is less than or equal to 0, we've hit the top. And if it's greater than the num rows, we've hit the bottom, which is not exactly a thing. Yeah, I'm out of time. Which is fine, but we can at least just say game over at this point. Cool. Game over. Okay. Now we're gonna keep coding. Obviously, I didn't get it done in 20 minutes, and obviously, I don't know. We can go back and look at this game and see what I did wrong. Here's the thing: I could code this and then set a timer and code it faster because I already know what I'm going to be coding. But let's just do it. Let's do another prediction. Can I finish it in another 20 minutes? Let's go ahead and pay out the let's pay out the people. So did I finish it in 20 minutes or less? No, I didn't. And I apologize. I guess I also owe some gifted subs. Give me a second for that. But I think I can finish it in another 20 minutes. I definitely think I can do that. Well, Twitch will not let me buy gift subs. Mark says, I'm sorry to say, but still no. Twitch will not let me gift subs. Just someone remind me later. I'll try gifting subs again. I can't gift subs right now. Sorry. All right. We're gonna do one more prediction. With the same thing. Will I finish the game in another 20 minutes or less? You have 30 seconds to predict, and then I'll keep coding. Define finish. Finish is checking off every single one of these things. So we technically did the snake starts moving up when the game starts. We got 2 done of the 10 bullet points. But most of that code was just set up. Wow, this is more even. All right, this people have faith. People have faith that I can do it in 20 minutes. Let's go. Okay. Let me set the timer, and all right, another 20 minutes. So now we have the snake starts moving up when the game starts. Great, and then when it hits the end, it's game over. But now we need to be able to change directions based on the arrow keys. So let's add some event listeners for the arrow keys, and we'll do that right here. Document.add event listener for key down. Key down. That gives us the event, and I think we want e.code to be able to determine like what that was. Yeah, okay, so these are the specific things that we're looking for: arrow left, arrow right, arrow down. So we could do a switch statement on e.code. In the case of arrow left, in the case of arrow down, arrow left, or no, sorry, arrow right, arrow up. Okay, so when any one of these keys is pressed, we really just want to affect the direction of the snake, and I kind of think we should do this. Like, what's the column direction? And in this case, it's like the game starts off as 0. And then the row starts off as a -1 direction. And then I'll update my my update handler. Yeah, okay, so that direction now has column and row, and so now we need to affect that here. So if I do if GameState.snake.direction, actually now that makes this a lot simpler. We can just say row plus equal GameState.snake.direction.row. And then same thing with column. That actually simplifies this code a ton. And then we can actually just return here. Great. So increase the snake's row by the row direction. Great. And then now whenever you press an arrow key, we can just affect that direction. So if you go arrow left, we'll say GameState.snake.row, direction.row is 0. And then, well, no. Yeah, and then column is -1 if we're going left. And then if we're going down, row is 1 and column is 0. And if we're going right, row is 0 and column is 1. And if we're going up, row is 0 and column is 1. Great. So now, hey, it works. Okay, so I'm pressing down, I'm pressing left, and it's going left. I'm pressing up, and up did not work. Yeah, arrow up is wrong. So the row should be 1, and the column should be 0. Here we go. Yeah. Oh. Nope. Row should be -1. Yeah, because up needs to decrease the row. Yeah, we've got that. Yeah, so I can do this, I can do this. I can basically move in a square now. All right, awesome. Cool. We've got that. The snake will change direction based on the arrow keys. Snake cannot reverse direction. We actually didn't account for that, but let's just say if it's arrow left and the direction dot column does not equal -1. So if actually, so we can't go left if we're going right. Cool. So if I'm going right, yeah, that prevents me from pressing back to go left. So now we just have to account for this same thing on all these other ones. So if I'm going down, that means I can't go up. So if row is not equal to -1, and then if I'm going right, then that means that oh, there's the spider again. If I'm going, whew. I accidentally smushed him. I didn't mean to. He got right where my thumb goes on my mouse. I didn't mean to. I'm sorry. Okay. So if we're going right, then we don't want the column to be decreasing. And then if we're going up, we don't want to go down. I'm sorry, everyone. I did not mean to hurt the spider like that. Yeah. So if we're going up, row can't equal 1. Okay, so this prevents us from, yeah, so if I'm going up, I can't go down. This is not letting me go left, though. What's wrong? What did I do wrong? Let's take a quick stretch. Let's take a breather and think about what we're doing here. So when I press left, if the column was increasing by 1, then I'm not gonna. So yeah, I do have current direction. Current direction is stored here on the snake. Oh, like I can't do this in a switch statement, can I? This just needs to be if statements. Yeah. So I can do this. Right? This is the way to go. So if it is equal to that, don't let it happen. Okay, so I can go left, I can go down, but I can't go back up. I can go right, and if I'm going right, I can't go left, and if I'm going up, I can't go down. Okay, that's the one. So we've satisfied that. You can't reverse direction. Score displays at the top of the page. That's easy enough. We'll just have a div with ID score, and it starts off with 0. Actually, I'll do it like this. We'll have a span. That will have the ID of score, so we can update it. So we'll get rid of this. And then we'll store that in a variable. The score element is document.querySelector, the element with ID score. And that starts off as 0, so that should be fine. So it says score 0 like that. I guess actually I want the flex direction to be column. So that way the score is on top like that. And then we'll also just set font size to like 2rem and the font family to sans serif. So that way it looks like that. Great. Awesome. So we have a score. An apple will appear at random in an empty space. Okay, so when we init the grid, we also, well, actually, when we have an initial game state, we also want an apple, which has a row and a column. And so in draw, we can do a similar thing and grab the apple cell, gamestate.apple.row, and then gamestate.apple.column. Encoding tomato, thanks for that, Prime. And if that's it, then we're going to add the apple class. Apple cell, and then we're always going to remove snake head. We're always going to remove apple. Here we go. And so now, yeah, the apple always starts at the top left because I made it 1, 1. But I could put it at a random location that does not interfere with the snake itself. Just clear the class name. That works. Okay, cool. Only have 9 minutes left. What do I do now? I guess my main issue is I don't want to just put this apple at a random location that collides with the snake. So I think I need a function that called like place apple at random or something like that. Place apple at random. And then I'll have random row, which is going to be this math.floor of math.random times number of rows and then we can do the same thing with a random column, and then we'll say if gamestate.snake.head.row is equal to random row, and same thing with column. So if we collide, try again. Otherwise, we'll return the row is the random row, and the column is the random column. This is not performant because if it intersects, then we're basically just going to keep calling this over and over again. But eventually, we'll get one that doesn't collide. So I can actually do this. I can say get random or get apple. What did I call this function? Get random apple location is what we'll call this. Yeah, and so eventually we need to check the tail. Right now the tail is empty, but I think it wouldn't. We could go ahead and write that code too. So we'll have something like cells, and that's going to be an array that has the gamestate.snake.head in it, and then it also has all of the tail, gamestate.snake.tail. And then we check, so we'll say if every cell not every, if some. So if at least one of these cells intersects, try again. Okay, so now we should get a random one. Can't access game state before initialization. Where am I doing that? On line 77. Oh, that would make sense. Because I'm trying to call it while I'm instantiating the object, but here I could just do this and say gamestate.apple equals get random apple location. All right, okay, so yeah, so it's basically we'll always start in a spot that does not interfere with the snake. Great. Let's keep moving. If the snake head collides with the apple, grow the snake tail by 1 size. Cool. So we can check that in update. So we're going to do our collision detection after updating the location. Actually, we'll do it before making the update. So we'll say if game state dot snake dot head dot row is equal to game state dot apple dot row game state dot score. Oh no, and then we want to check. So we want to check the row and the column. So we do the same check, but we check the column. So if the snake head collides with the apple, so if the row and the column are the same for that, thank you, game state, then we increase our score by 1. So we'll say game state dot score plus equals 1. We need to add to the tail, but we also just need to put our score in here. So our score starts off as 0. So increase the score and then say game state dot apple equals get random apple location. Great. And then inside of our update handler, or sorry, inside of our draw, we can update the score. So we'll say score element dot text content equals game state dot score. All right, this is going to be awesome. So we can grab that apple and then go left, and well, no, the game ended first. Let me take a quick stretch. Yeah, the tail part is the hard part. We have 3 minutes to do the tail, but I think we can do it. Okay, let me also fix this. So, what was the error I was getting in the console? Place apple at random location. Place apple.random is not defined. Yeah, because that makes sense. It means we had a collision. Okay, so why can't I go left? Go up. Nice. You see that? We have ourselves a very simple snake game where we only have a head. Here we go. Yeah, look at that. And our score. And our scores go. Yeah, so that's one thing we didn't do. I think we have a bullet point for if it goes off the edge. Yeah, if the snake hits the wall, we'll handle that at the end. Okay, if the snake collides with the apple, grow the snake tail by 1 size. We haven't done that. We have increased the score. The apple reappears at random. Great. So now we just need to put the tail in there. So when we collide, we need to take the current location of the apple, and that is actually where that's in our tail. So we'll say game state.snake.tail. We're going to push game state.apple, because the location of the apple is where our new tail is. And then in our update here, we actually need to update their location based on the previous one. But you'll see something like this. So if I go like that, oh yeah, but we're not actually drawing the tail either. So in draw, we need to do a similar thing. So we grabbed the head here, but we need to do the same thing, but we need to iterate over our tail. We only have a minute left. I'm so close. I'm so close. But we could do game state dot snake dot tail, and then for each tail item, this gives us a cell, and then we'll call this the cell element, and this is just a cell dot row and cell dot column. We'll add this snake tail. So now when we intercept, yeah. But now we just need to move the tail. Because now the tail actually gets stuck in that location, but then we need to change its velocity. All right. Yeah, we're really close, and I guess at this point I've spent like 40 minutes doing it, but I'm sorry everyone. I've underestimated my ability. Wow, this was contentious. It was 50-50. Is that the right word? Contentious? But I didn't do it. Sorry again. I'm not going to do another prediction because we're almost done. We're so close. We're so close. So we are growing the snake tail. Great, but now we need to, in the update, we need to change the location of the snake tail. And I think that's pretty easy, huh? So we say game state dot snake dot tail. We're going to pop off the last one, and we're going to put the head at the beginning. Shift unshift inserts new elements at the beginning of the array. So we're going to unshift the head. So game state dot snake dot head. So put the head at the beginning of the tail and remove the last tail location. Would that do it? Well, we don't have a head anymore. Well, actually, I mean, we're kind of there, except we just don't have a head. That's kind of awesome. Look at this. We got a snake game. Do. It was that we were seconds away from just adding that. Okay, what did I do wrong here? Game state dot snake dot head. Put that at the beginning. Oh, I guess that's the issue is we're drawing the head on top of the tail, or drawing the tail on top of the head. So if we do this first, no, we completely lose the head, don't we? If we look at, it's really hard to to debug that because everything's moving. Tail must start with the head, not in the array. Oh. We need to do this before changing the location. Yeah, that's the one. Basically, we were putting the tail in before we changed location, which means it was just the new location of the head. Wow, look at this! This is crazy! We're doing it! I think at this point we just need to add our game over states in the boundaries of the game. And if it like intersects with the tail. Wow. Okay. All right, let's look at our README. So grow the snake tail by 1. I'm proud of that. I'm proud of how simple that code is to grow the snake tail. Yeah. Okay. The snake tail follows the head. We just did that. If the snake collides with itself, game over. All right. So we do the update on the page, and then we do the draw. And I think what we'll do is I just need to make the decision. Do we check for collision after update or after draw? And I think we do it after update. So right here, we'll check to see if the game is over. So we'll say if collides with tail, else if collides with walls. Okay, so if game state dot snake dot head dot row is less than or equal to 0, and then the row, less than or equal to 0, or the row is greater than the number of rows, or the head column is less than or equal to 0, or game state dot snake dot head dot column is greater than the number of columns, game over. And I need to do something like this. Game state dot over is true, and then I can handle in the update loop displaying that. So by default, a game state over is false, which means the game is going. And then if we collide with any of the walls, set the game over to true, and then let's stop doing that silly alert thing. Oh, I guess we were already checking that, so we don't really even have to do that anymore. We'll just say if game state dot over return. Like, let's not don't even try to update the state. Okay, so now if I hit the top, it breaks. And that's because it breaks on line 64. Oh, that makes sense, because like row and column are like negative or something like that. And then I need to return here. That's the issue. It's because I'm not returning, I am trying to draw with something that doesn't exist. Yeah, I mean technically I could kill the timeout, but if I just return here, then it'll stop. And I think that's what I want. So now if it hits the top, yeah, game over. And then if I hit the left, game over. And actually we can just set the game state score element. Right here. So in the update, so we say if the game is over, we'll say score element dot text content is game over, something like that. So now if I hit the left hand side, boom. Oh, but then the update never gets called. Okay. And actually, this doesn't. Let me go back to what I had. This does not want to be in the update. This wants to be in the draw. score element that text content is game over. Like that. And then I don't have to return from here. Now it can call that. Okay, so if I hit the top, game over. Okay. And then there's another thing for a reset, but we don't have that yet. Okay, so if I hit the left, game over. Sorry, if I hit the right. If I hit the left, also game over. And if I hit the bottom, game over. Okay. When the game was over, we'll store the final score. So we'll say final score is that. Actually, I don't even need that. I just have the score. So instead of just saying game over, I can say game over. I'm going to do this. I'm going to hide the score element, and then I'm going to show the game over element. I'll have to create one. So game over element. Show the game over element, and the text content will be game over. You scored. And then I'll just throw the score in there. So this will be game... Oh! I didn't kill the spider. He's back. Dang, he's fast! Good news, everyone. The spider isn't dead. I don't know where he went, though. Okay, so game over. You scored game state dot score. Like that. And then we need a game over element. Well, the spider is a web developer, right? Right? Did anyone make that joke earlier? We'll call this the game over. And this will have a style of display none by default. Okay, that's it. So now if I hit the top, it should say game over element is not defined. That makes sense. So I actually need to throw this into a variable. The game over element is game over element. I think. Game over. You scored 0. Cool. But I need to hide the score element. I thought I was doing that. Score element dot style dot display equals none. That's an issue because I'm only hiding this. I'm not hiding the score. I'll call this the score wrapper. And this will be the score wrapper element. Okay, so now when I hit the top, game over, you scored 0, great. But now if I actually like start collecting a score, boom, score 2. Nice. Great. All right, and then I'll end it. Awesome. Okay, we're on our way. Snake tail follows the head. If the snake collides with itself, game over. We didn't do that. If the snake hits the wall, game over. We got that. If the snake collides with itself, game over. That should also be some fairly easy logic. So right where we're checking the wall collision, and actually, sorry, this is collides with wall. Now we can check if it collides with itself. So we can say, we basically want to check if any of the tail locations are the same as the head location. Yeah, we can also, I'll add bonus here. We increase the speed. With each apple eaten. We can do that as well. Okay. So if game state dot snake dot tail dot sum. So if any one of the tail locations is the same as the head, game over. So we get this is a cell, and we want to return if cell dot row is equal to game state dot snake dot head dot row, and the same thing with the column. So if any one of the tail cells is equal to the head, game is over. I think I need at least 3 to be able to run into myself. Or do I? There we go. So I did like a quick little loop around, and then I ran into myself. Okay. Try going backwards. Oh, you can't. So we prevented that early on. You cannot reverse direction because that's like an instant loss. So like I can't go left right now, but I can go right then down. Oh, okay. Okay, and then I hit the wall. It seems fine. You all could probably find some bugs in this. I think that's enough. that definitely ends the game if we collide with ourselves. We'll add a reset button, and then we'll do the increase speed. If there's a button that will reset the game. Okay, so if the game is over, we'll also just like append a reset button inside of there. We'll do something like this. Game over element dot inner HTML will be this. We'll have a paragraph tag that has this inside of it, and then we'll have a button that says reset. And then when you click this, we'll call the reset function. There are definitely better ways to do this, but I could literally have a function here called reset that resets the whole game state. But let's see if that will actually show up. You're right. It should be like play again. And then we're also going to cheat here and add this deprecated center element. Beautiful. Play again. Should call reset. And you'll notice we didn't get an... Well, actually, I think that should call this... Post log. I would reset if the code was updated. So, let's see. If we get a game over, I click this button, it doesn't work. I think I actually need to do this. We're not in Vue.js. I need to literally invoke the reset function. Yeah, I would reset if the code was actually updated. Yeah, so I just mentioned that I don't ever do this because typically I'm working in like a front-end framework. Or I create an element in that and add a click handler. But because all these functions are in the global scope anyways, this is fine. But yeah, somebody asked, what framework are we using? None. We literally have some divs, and then the game is actually a CSS grid. And when the game starts up, we add a bunch of cells, which are div elements inside that grid. Okay, so when we reset the game, we need to say game state.over is false. Actually, I mean, we could literally just reset the entire thing to be this. Honestly, get starting state. And then we can create a function, get starting state, that just returns this. Your initial 1 hour bet, yeah. Here's the thing. Now that this is fresh on my mind, I think I could code this in 20 minutes. Like I could delete all this code and code it in 20 minutes. Location.reload would work, but this resets the entire game state, and then the update loop is still getting called, so it actually should that makes sense. Need to go back to this. So this gets a starting state, then it sets the random Apple location. And then when I reset, I literally just need to call this. That should reset it all. Okay, so if I hit the top, game over, you scored 0. If I click play again, nothing happened. Just do, and then I missed what time it said. Window location reload. My state is not, well, I have an update and a draw loop. So by resetting all of the state, whenever I go to draw, everything gets reset. Oh, you're right. Reset the apple as well. I don't know if that would affect anything, but let's see. And you're right, because I return early, there is no set timeout. I do need to fix that. Yeah, because I do that, and then play again actually needs to kick off. Actually, I mean, I think it's fine that I didn't do this. I could do this. So just kick off the draw loop again. Yeah, just call draw, because then, because GameState.over is no longer false. Yeah, please reload the page. Thank you very much. All right, now I'm gonna hit the edge, and then when I click play again, there we go. We started over. Awesome. Okay, so we reset the score, the length, the location, everything else, and then now, like the final feature of Snake is to make things faster. So every time you score, we will increase the frame rate. So right now, the frame. I should have. Yeah, I should have reset the score. Oh, but I need to reset what is displayed. This piece right here needs to happen in reset. Yeah, you're totally right. So this needs to show the score wrapper and then hide the game over element. Game over, and then again. Okay. But now, every time we score, we'll just say, what did I call it? Frame rate times equals 2. And then we'll just make that a let. Okay, so now it should increase every time I get an apple. Oh no, we need to divide it. We need to divide it, not multiply, because if you multiply it, it's going to take longer. Yeah. Right here, divide, go faster. Though this might be too fast. Yeah, oh goodness, oh goodness. Oh, yeah, that's too fast. So I guess if we do like, divide by 1 point, or no, that's like, is that going faster? 10% faster every time? Yeah, okay, this is better. This is better. Because it's starting to go faster, but it's not unplayable. Yeah, so actually, like, making it not able to collide with the edge makes this way... Oh! Yeah. I don't think so, NFG codecs. Let me actually show you what's happening. So one function calls the other function, but it doesn't call the other function until it is done executing. So they're not happening at the same time. So, and I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but let's see. So draw updates all of the elements on the page by like adding their CSS class name and stuff like that. And then it says call update in this number of seconds. So it's going to wait that number of seconds, and then it calls update. So it's not set interval. It's just wait to call the next function. And then update gets called, let's say 200 milliseconds later. That changes the state, like all of the locations of everything. And then it says wait 200 milliseconds and then call draw to do the next one. Key down input is changing the state. Let's see. It's just changing the direction. Yeah, it's just changing the direction. And then in the next state update, that will actually change where it's going. So when I do a key down, that doesn't actually affect the snake yet. It doesn't get affected until the update loop. Yeah. Yeah. Multiple key downs would get handled. Well, see, it would get handled, but it wouldn't change anything. Basically, if you quickly did like left then up, on the next update, it would just catch up. It wouldn't catch the left, which I think is fine. I think that is, that makes sense. But we did it! We made snake. Here, I'll deploy it so you all can play it and like find more bugs in it. Yeah, I'll push the code up too so you can see it. And I guess I will make this a YouTube video. I just ran into myself. I think so. This is a potential bug. If you like go too fast to run into yourself, then it will game over. But here's the other thing: is it's somewhat responsive. Do 100 by 100 with the 4K resolution. Ooh, that was a close one. Oh! Whew. All right, I'm gonna deploy this so you all can play it. But I'm pretty excited with that. Would limiting the input per move still be considered debouncing? I think so, yeah. Like if basically in this key down handler, I didn't let you press key down again if you press key down within a certain amount of time. Store the high score in local storage? I could, but I won't. I mean, we could basically have like a high score history. I'm good on that. Though I do like the idea of, what if we make this like 100 by 100? Look at that! I mean, it technically works. It's just gigantic, and it's only going at 200. I mean, what if we start at like 10? Let's see. Well, I think like 20 by 20 might be reasonable. Yeah, this is a bit more reasonable. Yeah. Oh, that was a free apple. Oh yeah. Did anyone else try to make a snake game while I was coding? Did you work on this while I was coding, or did you? Whoa! No, I've seen this one before. This one, yeah, like it has like almost like a flashlight that is pointed in the direction that your snake is going. Yeah, this is awesome, Alka. Thanks for sharing. Wow. Insane. Did you build this in an hour? Cool. All right, did anybody else make a snake game? Let me deploy this. And for those of you that like just joined or wasn't aware of like what I was doing here, it's all vanilla JavaScript. We basically have a game element that we then style as a CSS grid. And then with JavaScript, we add a bunch of cells into the game. And then now we just color the cell during the game based on what's happening. And then we're constantly updating which cell has which class, like snake head or apple or snake tail. So you can see that in action here. So if we look at the inspector, and we look at the game, I guess it's literally like hundreds of cells, but it's literally every class, every cell gets the class like head or tail depending on what it is in the game state. But because it's all just HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, now we can put it on the web. So I'm going to use Surge for that, which is a free service for deploying static websites. So I'm going to call this Vanilla Snake Game. How hard is this for a beginner JavaScript to make from 1 to 10? I think if you watched me do it first, you could then repeat it. It's hard to say. I don't know. Are there any beginner JavaScripters in the chat that would say like, okay, I watched him do it. I think I could do that too. But there might be some jumps here because like I've worked on like game frameworks from scratch before, so I'm familiar with like the update draw loop kind of thing. And so we've basically just implemented an update draw loop with DOM manipulation, in that we're just literally changing the CSS class of any one of these cells. Yeah, I was impressed with myself just now that I made that tail logic so simple. In a way, we almost did like a functional programming thing for the tail, because we don't like modify any of the existing items in the array. We just create like well, actually, it's not that functional because we're actually modifying the stuff inside of the tail array. So yeah, Brooklyn Dev has a gripe of basically what just happened. Should it be sped up by a percentage every time? Wouldn't that cause it to get faster and faster by a smaller amount every time? Yes, and that's what's happening. We could just like increase or decrease the timeout by like 1 or like 5 milliseconds or something like that. But oh yeah, and then you all can go try to play this game. Find bugs in it, and I'll push it up to GitHub too. Okay, I'm gonna do a YouTube outro. So just so I can upload this to YouTube. Let me get a decent snake going. All right, so that's it. That's all. We finished it. We made the snake game. We didn't quite do it in 20 minutes, but we tried our best, and I'm pretty proud of what we did. It's pretty awesome that basically it's just a CSS grid where we're changing the class of any given cell in order to make it look like a snake game, which is great. You could actually like take the code I've written here and build other grid-based games with it. So please do that. If you do, feel free to mention it in the comments. Thank you for watching. I'm gonna keep this going until I die. Right there, like that. Well. Left, up, Oh, it's probably a bug. I think I just pressed right and then like went into myself before it updated. Oh well. Thank you all for watching, and we'll see you in the next one. Cool. Now, we didn't do it in 20 minutes. We did it in like an hour. The thing is, if we edit the video down, it'll probably be like roughly 40 minutes. Cool. But I will show you all the tail logic because it's kind of amazing. Right here. This is it. Put a new tail cell that's equal to the head, because if you think about the snake moving around, where the head is going to next is where the tail should be after that. So basically, we just put the head at the beginning of the tail and then remove the last tail cell. And that's what, that just makes it, so like we are on every update, we are removing the last tail and then, putting the head into it. Yeah, if you do exclamation mark theme, yeah, you can get a link to my theme. All right, that was fun though. I'm gonna take a break, and then, oh yeah, I'll push it up to GitHub before I take a break. Give me a second. If I start recording, if you can pretend I did it for the first time. How about in a month's time, I'll try to do it again to see how fast I can do it. Yeah, Tetris, minimum an hour, probably like 2 hours. Tetris would be fun though. I've never built Tetris before, so that would be an adventure for sure. Did I do that right? Click this link. Make sure you can see that repo. Seems fine. Yeah, like rotating the elements. Tetris would be fun. I would dedicate like 3 hours to trying to build it, because it would definitely take me a while. All right, I'm gonna take a break. I'll leave you with a video. And I mean, honestly, I could just end the stream there. Let me look at my to-do list to see what else I said I was gonna do today. This game is more playable than any crypto project I've had. Oh yeah, I said I was going to do web scraping in 5 minutes. Yeah, I'll definitely do that. So yeah, I'm going to take a quick break, and then when I come back, we'll plan the video and then just do an intro to web scraping in 5 minutes. There. Cool. So if you're interested in web scraping, stick around. No, it really will be 5 minutes. I'm telling you, 5 minutes. But I am going to take a quick break. No, I swear, this one will definitely be 5 minutes. Yeah. Yeah, so the plan is to edit that thing that just happened with Snake up and then upload that to my main channel. But in roughly a week or so, this entire stream VOD will be on my archive channel. And for those of you that haven't heard yet, I made an archive channel, and I'm slowly updating all the stream VODs that didn't make it to my other channel. But now my other channel is just going to be dedicated to like highlights and edited videos. That's what I was thinking. Yep, I'll do that. So how to resolve a merge conflict. All right, I'll see you all in roughly 10 minutes. Is that, yeah, roughly 10 minutes. Garden with CJ. We're here hanging out on Twitch. You should join us. But I am currently looking at a pull request on one of my repos. So you see that thing that just popped up? This is the repo that manages that. And Murdoch, who's a great person, he's VIP here on the channel, made a pull request to change some things. But if we look on GitHub, for whatever reason, there's actually a conflict on his pull request. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to solve this conflict locally. So on GitHub, you can actually click this button, Resolve Conflicts, and then it gives you like this visual editor, and then you can go in and choose what code you want to keep. That's really cumbersome, and it's not my editor, so I don't want to do that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull this branch down locally, merge it with master, and fix any merge conflicts that might occur. So let's do this. So we can see right now, and here's the thing, Murdoch has direct access to this repo, which is why he's created it on a branch on this repo called Murdy1. So he's not working off of a fork, he's working on this specific repo that he has access to, and he's created a branch. So what I'm going to do is locally, I have my code here. I'm going to first make sure that I'm on the latest master. I am. I'm then going to do a git fetch, and that's going to fetch all remote branches if I don't yet have them. Cool, and you can see that it now has this Murdy1 branch, and that's the branch that I want to check out and resolve the merge conflicts on. So I will do git checkout -b Murdy1. Oh, not dash b. Don't do dash b. No. So dash b means you want to create that branch. I don't want to create that branch, and git stopped me from doing that. I just want to check out the existing branch that I pulled from origin. So let's check it out. Great. And it says I'm behind by one commit for whatever reason, so I'm going to do git pull origin murdy-1. So this will, so I'm on the branch, but I'm also going to make sure that I have all the latest changes on that branch as well. So we'll do that. Yeah, so that did that. And now the issue is there's a conflict with merging into master. So what I'm going to do right on this branch is I'm going to say git pull origin master. Now, people have talked about like rebasing and stuff like that. I'm just going to pull from master, and this will either have a merge conflict or it will auto merge. Let's see what happens. Merge conflict. So now I can resolve it locally. So I'm going to open this up with VS Code. VS Code is nice. Actually, if you click on the source control tab here, wait, what? ESLint extension will use a locally installed ESLint library for validation. Do you want to use it? Sure, I guess. Okay, but if you click on the Git icon here, you can see where potential merge conflicts are. And is there a merge conflict? Yeah, so auto merging conflict, merge conflict in app.js. So if we take a look at app, there are some things here. So Git will actually show you, and not Git, VS Code will actually show you where the merge conflicts are, and it will actually, it's very easy to say which one you want to keep. And basically, I want to keep anything right now that uses this plan types variable, because he like did some copy and pasting, and he accidentally put in the wrong variable. So I want the plan types variable. So I'm going to accept the current change. And so this is nice. This is built into VS Code. It basically allows you to choose one chunk of code. If I wasn't using VS Code, I would basically just see those arrows, those less than and greater than signs like we saw on GitHub, and I could manually remove them and choose which code I want. But this is nice enough to allow me to pick and choose. And so I'm pretty sure, like, technically, like, we could break it. We could break the code right now, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to accept anything that says plan types on it, because that's the right variable. So this one, great. And then what is different here? Yeah, this says plan types. Cool, so I'm going to accept that one. And all of the merge conflicts are gone. So if we look over in the Git thingy, yeah, it's telling us what's changed. But now at this point, I need to commit my changes. So I've resolved all of the conflicts. I should probably check and see if it's working. And I'm getting all kinds of issues with my linter. Why is this happening? Oh, you know what? This project doesn't even have a linter. This project is all messed up. So yeah, so like the overlay is technically running, and it is using browser sync Towns with the raid. Thank you very much, Towns. Towns. How do you say your name? But welcome to the show. Welcome, Raiders. We're currently talking about Git. You're going to be in a YouTube video. Welcome. If someone wants to give me money, I wouldn't mind. It would help us test to make sure that this is still working. We'll just wait. How much is left on? Yeah, we have 3 minutes left on focus mode. Let's see if anybody wants to give me money. I'll wait here with you. Real coders don't test. David Snyder with the 10 bits. Thank you very much, David, for those bits. We can see the bits. Yeah, so on cheer, thanks for the bits. And actually, that's Andy with 100 bits. Thank you very much for the bits. No, honestly, though, I think what we need to test is sub. So I'm gonna give somebody a sub, unless somebody gives a sub first. Money. Actually, save your bits. Save your bits, because we're gonna test the bits messages in a bit. So don't send me any more bits. Stop with the bits. Okay. What am I doing? I'm fishing for easy money. Exactly. Why not make a test for it? I think you just ruined my YouTube video, Jer, by asking that question. I'm just kidding. Mainly because actually it's not that easy to test TMI. I know there is someone on the Live Coders team that created a testing service that like mocks. Yeah, I have green hair. Oh, you haven't been here since the green hair? Welcome, Majestic Guy. But they created a service that mocks TMI or Twitch IRC events. Unit test it, yeah. All right, what am I doing? This. All right, we just want to make sure that this actually shows up. Here we go. Are you ready? Wait, Acid is gifting a sub. Me too. Hey, it works. Coding Garden has gifted 5 subscriptions to the garden. GG. All right, who got gifted? Baby Cookie, @Bully, Loot, Alan, Jerben. Welcome, everyone. Okay, so it's working. So we have successfully tested it. It's working. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to commit this code. So what you saw me do was fix the merge conflicts. There's a lot of other bad stuff wrong with this code. I'm not looking at that right now. We just fixed the merge conflict. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to commit those changes. So if you look at this, if we look at this, there are unmerged changes on that file that I just fixed. So I'm going to add it, commit it, and we're going to say sparkles merge with master. Cool. And then now I'm going to push up to that branch. So I'll do git push origin merdy-1. And thank you very much, Sean, for the gifted sub. Much appreciated. And Kuzi has gifted 0 subscriptions to the garden. What? What? Why did it... It's broke. But congrats to Binawad, who got gifted by Kuzi. Eternal Dev Coder with the $5 tip. Thank you very much, Eternal Dev Coder. Who says nothing. But I appreciate you, Eternal Dev. Okay, Yeah, now we have to merge it back. Right. So we got distracted. This YouTube video is longer than it should have been, but that's okay. So we just pushed up to the Merdy1 branch. Now, when I look here, we should no longer see a merge conflict, right? So now that I brought the code down manually, I fixed the merge conflict, I pushed up those changes, and so now GitHub is able to automatically merge. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to squash this commit and merge it. To squash it means we're going to take all 4 of these commits that were part of this pull request and push them into a single commit, so that way the main commit history doesn't have a bunch of events like this. So added subtypes, prime paid upgrade, events, added those things. I'm just coming up with a succinct message here. So rebuilt TMI. Cool. All right, so we're gonna squash it, merge it, and now all of this code has made it back into master. I'm gonna go ahead and delete this branch. I like to keep my branches clean, only keep the branches around that I need. And if we look back over here on the master branch, it has the latest changes. And if we look at the commits, we can see that there is this commit, which was all of that code change that we just did there. So that's it. Is this YouTube content? I don't know. Hopefully that was useful for you, and we'll see you next time. Hello? Hey, everyone. This is current day CJ. Oh, sure. Thanks for that link, Notlandia. The learngitbranching.js.org is actually a really good resource if you're interested in more how to learn Git. And also, it's localized. I didn't realize that. This is a link in Spanish. They have it in other languages as well. Cool. Yeah, and what's up, GNU Step? I've never heard of GNU Step, or maybe I have. Oh, I need to resync the audio. Good call. Check. GUI desktop applications. Huh. Cool. So it's for building desktop apps? That's awesome. Hello, hello, hello. An implementation of Cocoa for other platforms. Very cool. All right, I'm back. We're going to do some quick content before I go. We mentioned I was going to do web scraping with node.js in 5 minutes. So I want to make a directory for it. Web scraping with node.js. Cool. Close that. What am I going to scrape? Something... is innocuous the right word? How do you spell innocuous? Innocuous? Something inconsequential. How do you spell innocuous? That is not how you spell innocuous. Innocuous? Innocuous. Having no adverse effect, harmless. Yes, we're going to scrape something innocuous. In that we're not trying to violate any terms of service. We're not trying to get any data that we shouldn't have access to. We're only going to be scraping things that that are okay to scrape. All right, let's come up with our checklist and what we're going to talk about. Yeah, I mean, we could technically scrape like IMDb. So like, what is web scraping? I'll also talk about browser automation versus request and extract. Because we're going to do the request and extract method. And Murdoch, thank you very much for the gift. Too kind. Too kind. Is web scraping the thing businesses do to collect data? Yeah, it doesn't have to be a business, but it's really just how you can get data from a website that doesn't expose like an API or something like that. So yeah, that's a good question. Why do we need web scraping? And then I want to touch on the legality of scraping. And then we will scrape. And so really, we just want to say, check the website's terms of service. Rule of thumb, don't release data that is usually, that is behind a login. So for instance, if there is a website you have access to that has, and like you log, well, I mean, I was going to say like health data, but no one would really have that. But let's say you have a paid account on some website and you can see data that other people can't see when you're logged in. It would not be good for you to write a scraping script that takes that data that only you can see when you're logged in and makes it available to someone else that is not logged in. Yeah. We'll also talk about checking the robots.txt. Don't scrape or release data that is behind a login. Can anyone think of other rule of thumbs? Don't overload a server with requests. Write code that makes the same amount of requests as an average user. Can anyone think of other just like blanket rules when it comes to web scraping? As an example, you're free to scrape Wikipedia for learning purposes. Yeah, and I think that might be what we actually use as an example, because Wikipedia is typically like publicly available data, and so some of the examples we've shown in the past are just like scraping a table that has every U.S. capital in it or something like that. Yes. Ooh. Scrape unto others as you would have them scrape unto you. Yeah, basically. Can I use, are you saying like if we scrape these kind of stats? No, I think we are just going to scrape Wikipedia. Someone let me know, or okay, if you can think of it, what are some lists of things on Wikipedia, and we'll write some code that scrapes from a table of data. So like lists of countries, lists of episodes of a given TV show, of a given season. Yeah. Yeah, and I guess I could talk about like crawling is a term usually reserved for search engines. So they're trying to find all the various websites and how they link to each other. They're not necessarily extracting the data out into a structured format. Something like that. List of programming languages I think would be good. Wikipedia has an API Wouldn't that be the way to go in that case? It depends. And I can actually talk about that because so if we find a Wikipedia page that has a table of data, when you use the API, you're actually still just going to get back I believe you're just going to get back either the markdown or the HTML source of that table. The code that we write is actually going to specifically extract out the columns and the data inside of that table and then basically like turn it into JSON. Or yeah, if we found a list, maybe a list of web frameworks would be good too. I tried to get data from a website one time for fun and accidentally got my IP blocked. Yeah, so that's why we'll talk about like not overloading servers. Yeah. Crawling is more about discovery than getting specific data. Yeah, so like a web crawler is discovering what websites link to other websites, not necessarily extracting out structured data. It's true. Like, it doesn't necessarily have to extract it out into structured. It could literally just query a web page and see if an element exists. I would say for the most part, though, most of the time when you do some web scraping, you're turning it into, or you're extracting out the structured data. Yeah. Don't scrape or release data that is behind a login. Don't scrape personal data about individuals. Yeah, I mean, I would hope that if you have access to personal data, you have to be logged in. So I think that's handled under here. Though there was a court case where I think LinkedIn tried to sue someone who was scraping their data, which is technically behind a login, but I think they lost that case. Don't know. Comparison of JavaScript-based web frameworks. Cool. Okay, so we're on this page, and then yeah, look at this. So this Wikipedia page has a table on it, and I think we will just write the code to extract the data from this table. Easy enough. That's what we'll do. Yeah, court rules that data scraping is legal in a LinkedIn appeal. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, I think we'll just scrape this web page. Though, does it have Vue.js on there? It does have Vue. Front. In 5 minutes? No, this is going to be more of like a 10-minute video, especially with all these bullet points. I'm not gonna like this isn't gonna be a speed run. This is just intro to web scraping. Cool. Yeah, and thank you. I think we have like 3 focus modes at this point. So we are going to go into what's 8 times 3? 27? Is that right? Math. 8 times 3. 24. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Okay. Is web scraping on Wikipedia? It is. Look at this. Web scraping, web harvesting, or web data extraction. Cool. All right, so we're going to use this as an example. I think I do want to find a website that... Actually, let's look at Can I Use. So if we look at the network tab on Can I Use, and if I search for each, that actually makes an API request. And then that API request returns feature IDs. And then they make an API request with a feature ID. Cool. Cool. We're going to use this as an example of something that you wouldn't scrape because you could probably just use their undocumented API. Though, is it undocumented? Can I use API? About? May I use your data in presentations or articles? Yes. There's actually, I mean, this whole website is open source. I'll use this anyways. Okay. Is everyone ready? Let's learn some stuff. And actually, well, wait. I'm gonna do run a 3-minute ad really quick, and then when the ad is over, I'll start, just so no one gets an ad while I'm doing this. Yeah, the about page, yeah. So, but I'm going to use this as an example of something we wouldn't scrape because we can actually figure out how to request the data without scraping, because it's powered by an API, a web API. This is just called Timer Tab, is the thing that I use. Timertab.com. It's nice because it can go it goes full screen. So yeah. And then but that thing popping up was my break timer. That's there. Whew. I thought this said HTML programming. It's funny. What are some other sites that have data that people scrape pretty often? I mean, you could even write like a scraper for Amazon. I guess I'll pull that up. All right, I'll be back in less than a minute, and we'll get started. Hello. Boom, I'm back. Okay. Just in time. And I just thought of something though. Yeah. Cool. Oh yeah, people were mentioning places to scrape. Yeah, happy Tuesday to you, Electrothermal. Thanks for dropping in. Yeah, maybe I will mention Camel, because Camel is a website that lists like historical pricing for stuff on Amazon. And you might wonder, how do they do that? Most definitely web scraping. I guess the other thing I want to show is like sometimes you don't need to scrape. Like GitHub has an API available. They also have a GraphQL API. Cool. Cool. All right, here we go. Hello, friends. Welcome to Coding Garden. My name is CJ, and today we're going to talk about web scraping. And the first topic is, what is web scraping? So I have this definition here that I wrote, which is extracting data from web pages into a structured format that can then be, for instance, inserted into a database or used in your own web pages. If we look on the Wikipedia page, there's some other terms like web harvesting or web data extraction, but we are essentially extracting data from websites. And you might be wondering, why would I need to do that? Well, not every website makes its data available in a consumable format. So for instance, let's say I wanted information about movies. IMDb is like the de facto place for movie information. But when I go here, as a user, I can navigate their website and I can see names of movies, ratings, I can see links to trailers, I can see who's in the cast, all this stuff. But let's say I wanted to build an app that used this data. I would need to use some sort of scraping in order to get that data, right? I would need to be able to extract out the name of a given movie or a given TV show, or I'd need to extract out like the content here. And that's what I would need to do if I wanted to use that data. Now, of course, there are services that essentially make that data available to me so that I don't have to do my own scraping. So for instance, the MovieDB is a completely free and open web API that lets you search across that kind of data. And they have an API available where you could actually just write code to easily get movie titles and different things like that into your own app. But the MovieDB behind the scenes very likely does some kind of scraping in order to get that data to make it available. The other thing you might want web scraping for is, like, let's say you want to build a bot that keeps track of eBay listings that go up. eBay does not directly provide an API that you can code against. So you would have to write some sort of code that like scans the web page and the web results to search for recent listings to see like when they're going to end, and then maybe it could send you an alert or something like that. Another thing you might want a web scraper for is something like Amazon. So if you're trying to keep track of specifically when a price goes below a certain level, so that way you can purchase that thing, you might write a web scraper. And if you've ever heard of the website camel.com, this is actually a website that keeps track of historical pricing of things on Amazon. So I have an example pulled up here of this Logitech webcam. You can see what the current third-party price is on Amazon, but you can also see a graph of what that price has looked like over time. And you might be wondering, how do they have that information? Very likely they're doing some kind of web scraping. Now, Amazon does have an API that you could tap into, but it doesn't usually give you this granular of data. So very likely Camel is doing some kind of web scraping. So to answer the question, why do we need it? Basically, certain websites do not make their data available in a consumable format, so we would need to write code to make it consumable in some way. All right, so now that you know what web scraping is and why we might need it, let's talk about two different kinds of web scraping. So the first one is known as browser automation, and there are tools for that like Puppeteer, which we'll look up. I can't spell very well, but we'll find it. And there's also things like Selenium, and probably a few others. But basically, these are tools that let you write code that will spin up a web browser, and then you can write code that says, click a button, scroll the page a little bit, click another button. You can literally write code that will navigate a web page like a human would. So let's look up Puppeteer. Puppeteer. Two E's, probably. Here it is. So it calls itself a high-level API to control headless Chrome. And so essentially, this will let you write code that does things like spin up a web browser, open a new page, make that page go to this website, take a screenshot of that page. Or they also have code that says, find an element on the page and click a button. But what's important to note about tools like this are that they're somewhat heavy in that they literally need to spin up a web browser in order to interact with the web page. But they do have code that will let you extract things out of the page because you can select elements and get their contents and stuff like that. And so I'm calling this browser automation, and there are other tools that would let you do that as well. The method that I'm going to use and show in this video is just request and extract. So if you know the basics of how the web works, right? Anytime you go to a web page, that is it making a GET HTTP request for that web page. That is what we were going to mimic. So, and the thing that we're going to demonstrate the scraping on is just a Wikipedia page. And one thing I'll notice, like if I go to this Wikipedia page, the Wikipedia server is just sending back HTML. Like if I look at the source of this web page, I will literally be able to find the HTML source that has Angular inside of a table. So here it is. Like when I make the request to Wikipedia, they are giving me back this HTML, and it has a table, and inside of that table is all of the data that I want to get access to. Basically what I'm going to do is I'm going to write code that makes a request for this HTML data. I'm not emulating a web browser. I'm not literally spinning up a web browser and going to a page. I am writing code that is just requesting the HTML contents at this URL. And then once I have that HTML locally, I can just write code that essentially picks out the elements that I want. But it's not as heavy as something like Puppeteer because it's not spinning up an entire browser. I'm just requesting the HTML that I want and then picking and choosing the elements that I want. So those are the two different kinds of web scraping that you might see. And often the way websites work these days, you're not always going to get just the HTML contents in the response, because a lot of times websites are single-page applications, and so those websites actually, when they load, don't have the content in them. After a while, the JavaScript will kick in and then make requests and then dynamically update the page to have that content. And if that's the scenario, then you potentially would need something like browser automation, because with browser automation, it literally loads the web page. It literally runs the JavaScript on the page. So if that's what you need, then you would do something like browser automation. Though I am going to talk about in a bit, whenever I start doing the actual scraping, how if that's the case, if you make a request for the page and you get the HTML back, but it doesn't have the content you're looking for, there very likely is an undocumented API that you could find and then use that instead of needing to web scrape altogether. All right, let's keep going. So before I even write the code, I want to talk about the legality, because it varies. And the first thing you should know about is this robots.txt. So any website can add this robots.txt file to it. So for example, if I go to google.com and I add robots, if I try to request robots.txt, this is just a text file that tells me, well, not me, it tells web crawlers what they're allowed to access on this website. And so you can see there's a lot of allow and disallow statements. So essentially a web crawler that was trying to pull information from Google would know that it shouldn't go into these directories. It shouldn't make requests here. It should only make requests against this. And so pretty much any website you're scraping, you can request that robots.txt file. Let's see what we have for Wikipedia. And this will tell you what you're not allowed to scrape. And this is pointed at specific bots. So it's saying, like, if you're this bot, you're not allowed to do anything. Or if you're the Google media partner Google bot, you're not allowed to do anything. User agent would be the type of bot that's running. But there's a ton in here. But all of that to say, you can look at that file to see what the website owner says about what you should or shouldn't request on this specific website. Now, there's nothing stopping you from doing that. This is just you being nice and respecting what the website owner has said. The other thing is you could look at the website's terms of service, because they're going to say what you're allowed to do with the data on their website. And a lot of terms of service for websites often say you shouldn't write automated tools to extract data. If you read their terms of service, you'll find lines like that, information like that. Though it will be said, if you look in the news, there have been cases where a website had something like that in their terms of service, and then they tried to sue someone who was doing web scraping, and then they actually lost that case. But you can look up those types of news articles. But just in general, the rule of thumb is you shouldn't really scrape or release data that is behind some kind of login. So if you're a privileged user at a hospital and you have a website that has people's medical information, you absolutely wouldn't write a web scraper running under your credentials that then pulls out people's personal information. Also, if you have like a paid subscription to some website and you can only see certain things when you're logged in, you wouldn't want to write a scraper that extracts that data and then makes it available freely. You'll definitely get in trouble for those kinds of things. And then lastly, you do not want to overload a server with requests because essentially the code that we're writing is making requests to a server. And if we're making too many requests too often, we can overload that server. And sometimes their servers will automatically block us for doing that. But if we write code in a way that behaves like a normal user, we shouldn't have any problem with overloading the server. Essentially, like 1 to 2 requests every few seconds is at most what we would do. Okay, now with all of that out of the way, let's actually do some web scraping. And the thing that I'm going to scrape is this table on this Wikipedia page. So this is a Wikipedia page that has a comparison of JavaScript-based web frameworks. And you can see there's a table here that has all these web frameworks listed out. This page actually is pretty outdated. It would be good to go in and update it. But regardless, I'm going to write I'm going to write code that essentially extracts this data out of this table so that I could use it in my own application. And like I mentioned earlier, it's important to note that the page I'm trying to scrape is server-side rendered, in that the data I get back in an HTTP GET request includes the HTML that has all of the data embedded inside of it. And that's important to note for this kind of scraping. Because if this data was loaded dynamically, my request and extract method would not work for that. All right, so let's get started. So I'm going to make a directory called scraper, or let's call it scrape Wikipedia. And inside of that directory, I'm going to init a package.json. So this package.json file will list all of my dependencies because we're using node.js. And then I'm going to install a library for making HTTP requests. Now, I could use Fetch, especially because I'm in the latest version of Node. It's built in. I like Axios because I like how it does error handling and stuff like that. Essentially, we just need some way of making HTTP requests. Axios is my preferred way of doing that. Anything else that makes HTTP requests will work as well. All right, so let's start writing some code. Inside of here, I'm just going to create, we'll call this index.js, and this is the code that's going to do the actual scraping. I'm going to bring in Axios, so I can just require Axios like this. Let's write a function called scrape, and then inside of that function, I can make the actual HTTP request. So I'll make this an async function. I'm going to get back the data, and then I'll say axios.get, and then I can specify a URL that I want to make the HTTP request to. In this case, I want to request this web page. So I'm just going to throw this URL in there. This will make a GET request to that web page, and then the data that I get back will be literal HTML. So I'm going to rename that variable to HTML. And if I've done that correctly, we can actually see the HTML that I get back. So I'm just going to run this function, it makes the request, and then it'll log out the HTML. Let's see what we get. So if I do this, boom, I get back a bunch of HTML. And if I search for like Angular, we can see that it's in here. We can see that this HTML code that I got back literally has the table inside of it. And so now that I have this, I essentially just want to extract out the information that I care about, right? It's all HTML, but I need to write some code that goes in and picks out like the list items, or goes out and picks out the table and then extracts the specific data that I want. Yeah, and so this, if you're looking at this is just destructuring. Essentially, Axios gives us back a property called data, and then I'm just renaming that data property to a variable called HTML. That's all that's happening there. Cool. All right, so we made the request. Now we need to extract out the data. There's a lot of ways to do it. I could write a regular expression. I could write some code that like literally tries to match against like HTML tags and stuff like that. But there are existing tools that do a much better job. So the tool that I'm going to use, or the library I'm going to use, is one called JS DOM. And this is essentially a JavaScript library that doesn't need to run inside of a web browser. It's literally just code, and you can pass it some HTML, and then you get a DOM-like experience. But this does not run in a web browser. This can run on a back-end server, and it's also very lightweight. It doesn't have to spin up a web browser. We can literally just pass it some HTML code and then write the DOM code to extract it out. So I'm going to install this dependency so I can use it. We're going to install JS DOM. And then once I have it, we can require it in and try using it. So now I'm going to bring in JS DOM. And actually, we'll combine this line of code like that. And then you can see in their example, this is how we do it. So now, instead of passing in like my own HTML string, I'm going to pass in that HTML that I got back from that request. And so now that I've passed it in, this DOM is now a working DOM that I can query. So if I do something like query selector all for table, this will literally give me back every single table in that HTML response. So I'm going to find all the tables in the response, and now we're just going to log that instead of logging all of the HTML contents. Let's see what happens. We get an empty node list. Maybe it's not empty. Maybe it's just not logging itself. Let's actually log the length. Yeah, it's not empty. That's just how it's logging. It literally found 8 tables in that HTML. So now I can get more specific about the things that I'm extracting. So instead of just saying, give me all the tables, I'm going to actually look at the page in my web browser here and see, is there something specific in order to get that table? Something specific I can search for. And so I'm actually just going to use the web browser here and use the element selector to try and find some good selectors that I can use. So you can see that this table has a class of wiki table. We could use that. Let's actually see what we get. So if we say document.query selector all for the element that has the class wiki table, and we want to find a table that has that class, we get 3 of them. And if we look at them, the first one in that list is this table that I care about. So this is actually all I'm going to do, and then just grab the first one. If we keep scrolling on this page, we can see there are other tables, but the only table I care about is the first one. And this actually gets to the idea of your web scraping code could break, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to assume that the first table on the page is the one that I want. So let's do this. So we'll say the frameworks table is dom.window.document.query selector all, and then I'm going to use this selector table.wikitable. Great. Like that. And so this should give me that one specific table. Let's log it out. And it is just well, actually, no, I want at 0. So bracket 0 will give me the first one. And there it is. It's an HTML table element. But if for some reason this page changed and this was no longer the first table on the page, my code would break. And so that's one aspect of web scraping is you can write code that's specifically tied to the structure of the page, but if the page changes, your code is going to break. I'm just going to assume that the first table on the page is always the one that I want, so we should be good from there. All right, now let's actually start extracting out this data here. And so basically what I want is I just want to look at all of the rows. And so we can see that there's the T body, and then inside of that we have TRs. And so like that actually does not have the header in it. But one thing we could do, and actually we could write basically a dynamic table scraper, is we can find the row in the head, this one, extract out its contents, and now we have table headers. So we know that this is always framework, this is always version compared, that kind of thing. So let's do that first. So I'm going to write code that pulls out all of the data in the header row. So let's say the header row is going to be the table, and we want to query selector it to find a table row that is a descendant of the table head. Great. And then actually, let's call this header columns, because then I'll say inside of that, I want every single TH, like that. And if I do query selector all, now we are grabbing each individual column in that header. And then I can just start to iterate over these. So if I say header columns dot for each, this gives us the header column. And then let's actually just log out header column dot text content. So this will be the actual text content inside of each one of these. So when I run this code, we should see framework, version compared, size, license, source language. Let's see what happens. It didn't work. Let's look at the length to make sure to see how many there are. Oh, there's 0. Okay, so our selector here is wrong. I'm going to look at this source of the page. Oh, I see. Okay, so there actually is no T head in the source of the page. So here's the interesting thing. Like when this page loads, there actually is JavaScript being executed on the page, and it's actually changing the structure of the page. So even though I do see a T head right here, when I'm looking at the DOM, this isn't the data that I'm actually getting back. If I look at the source, just the direct source of the web page, we can see that this doesn't have a T head. Yeah, and so, and I don't think it's the browser. I think it's like they're loading JavaScript that gives us like this sorting thingy, which isn't built into the browser. So that's why it adds that T head. Okay, so actually, I just need the first table row. So I'm actually going to do it like this. I'm going to call this rows. So give me every single TR inside of that table. And then now when I look at the first one, I know that it's the header. So I'll say rows.forEach for each row. And then I should be able to say row.querySelector T. I guess TD would be the individual columns. So really, I need to say if this is the first row. So for each should also give me the index. And Alana Lux, thank you very much for that raid. Welcome in, raiders. I appreciate that. Yeah, what were you working on? Yeah, thanks for that shout out, Alka. Game development, nice. Yeah, so we're just doing some web scraping, and we're walking through. We've already walked through like when and why would you web scrape, and different stuff like that. And now we're specifically scraping this Wikipedia page, and we're at the point where we have made a request for this web page, which is a comparison of JavaScript-based web frameworks. We've written code that extracts out this table. And now we're writing code that is going to look at this table line by line and create some structured data out of this table. So we have each row, and for each row, I think I get access to the index. And so I want to do something like if I is equal to 0, then I know this is the header row. Otherwise, it's every other row. And what I'm doing is I want to extract out that header information so I can dynamically build out this data. So let's grab every single table header like this. And then now we should be able to do, for each one, we're just going to log out the contents like this. So if row is equal to 0, that means we're on the header row, and then I just want to see what those header rows are. So now if I run this code, there they are. Framework, version compared, size, license, source language. Awesome. Essentially, I can now use those headers as like JSON property names when I'm extracting out the rest of the rows. So let's do something like this. I'll say headers, well, let's call this header names. And that's just going to be, it's going to start off as an empty array. And then as I'm finding each of these headers, I'm going to push it into this. And so after I've parsed the header row, every other row I'll have access to those header names. So we're going to push in that. We're also going to trim it, and we're going to lowercase it. And we're going to replace all spaces with underscores. So if you find a space, replace it with an underscore. All right, let's make this a little bit easier to read. So get the header, send it to lowercase, replace every space with an underscore, trim it to remove white space on the edges, and then now we should have just a plain, good, readable header. Let's take a quick stretch. Okay, so at this point, we've parsed out the headers, and then let's just log those out. So if I log out the header names, we should be on our way. Boom! Now we have it. So we have framework, version compared, size, license, and source language. Yeah, so I mean, if we were using a regular expression, we could change this up. Though the replace all is a newer function built into strings here. Trim before the replace? Yeah, let's do that. That makes sense. Because if there were spaces on the ends, then those technically would have gotten replaced with underscores. Yeah, that's a good point. Okay, so we parsed the first row. We have the headers. Now we're on our way, because for each row after that, it just has data inside of it. So if I say, so after the first row, now I have an actual row of data. I could call this columns. And I want to grab each individual TD. So TD is the element that wraps a column. So you can see right here. Right here. TD is what we want. That's going to give us each of the individual columns. And then for each one, we can grab its inner content. Yeah, I will upload this to YouTube. It's going to require some editing, but most of it is going to make it up to YouTube. Okay, so now I want another variable for. I'm just going to call this my. I'll call it frameworks, because it's literally an array of frameworks. This starts off as an empty array, and then as I parse each row, I'm going to push into that array. So framework is going to start off as just an object that has no properties on it. And then I'm going to iterate over each column. So say columns.forEach. That's going to give me each individual column. And then now, the moment of truth. And also, I'm going to need the index. But now I can say framework at header names at this given index. Right, so because all of the columns are in the right order, my headers that I just parsed should be in the same order. So now I know, like, headers at 0 is framework, and then headers at 1 is version compared. So that's going to set that specific property, and then I'm just going to set it to column.text content, and then trim off any extra white space. And then now we have that object, push it into the array, and after we're all done, we should see an array of a bunch of objects that have all the data that I care about. Here we go. Nice! Here we are. So, and actually, this is wrong. This is wrong. Because we can see, so we have data, but it's not right. So we're seeing that framework is corresponding to a date. Version compared is wrong. And then we have, yeah, we're missing some data here. Let's look at the actual source of the page to see what's going on. Is it off by 1? Oh, wait. Scraping? No, we'll figure it out. Let's see where Angular actually is. Okay, so Angular is here. Oh, but it has a TH. Yeah, we're actually missing the TH. Yeah, that's weird. That's weird to look at. So basically, every row has a TH, which corresponds to the first column, and then everything after that is a TD. So that will make things a little bit complicated, but that's fine. Actually, if I just do give me all TDs and THs, that should work, and they should be in the right order. So I think that was the fix, is grab the header row because we were missing it. Yeah, that's the one. Okay. So now we have an array. The framework has a name. The version compared has a value, though it's not formatted right. We might need to fix that. It has a size, a license, and then a source language, which is pretty cool. So we've basically taken the HTML of the page and then extracted out the specific content that we care about from that table. Let's see if we can fix the 18th of October. Yeah, so if we look at the original page, we can see that they've actually combined the data into a single column. I mean, honestly, Wikipedia is free to edit, so I just might go in here and add another column. But one thing we could do is on a given row, instead of just saying text content, I could actually iterate over the nodes and then grab the text content of each inner node and then combine it all together. I guess I'll do that. Let's do that. So let's say the contents is going to be column dot children, and then I just want to map that whole thing. Actually, I kind of want to reduce it. I want to reduce the children into text separated by spaces. So I'm going to reduce it. That's going to give us all of the contents and then each child. And then I want to return everything plus the child's text content plus a space. Like that. And then trim it. I think this will work. Essentially, this looks at each of the children. So in the case of this is 2 children. This is the first one and then the second one. But we're going to grab each text and then just smack it together with a space, basically. Let's see what this does for us. Yeah, that's better. So now, actually it's not. We are now just completely skipping the version. So I think the issue is instead of children, I think we want like child nodes, because if we actually look at this, the version is just text. It's not wrapped in a node. So because it's text, it's not considered a child. It's considered a text node. So if I think if I do child nodes, let's see. Child nodes. That's what we want. Cool. Though you can see there's like some extra spaces in there. Yeah, I guess what if we mapped it? I'm gonna write some ugly code real quick. So what if we just mapped it to its text content? Like this. And then we filtered out any blank ones. And then we joined it all together on a space. This should work. That'll get rid of the extra spaces. Like that. So version 9, and then the date. Though we could actually combine it together with a dash. So now it'll say like version and then the date. Filter item.trim. Yeah, you're totally right. Okay, we've done it. This is why web scraping can get a little bit messy. Like, basically, the data you get is only as good as the data of the page itself. And because this has some weird formatting of like mixing a version with a date, we kind of just have to figure out the best way to handle that. And in our case, I'm just separating it with a dash. But ultimately, we have extracted out that data. So that's great. Yeah, let's look at my to-do list. Yeah, so we did some scraping. Awesome. Does anyone have any questions about what we did so far? I think I'm going to add one thing to my to-do list here is like turn it into an API. We'll actually put this scraping code up on like a serverless function so that anybody could request this data and use it in their app. But does anyone have any questions or comments about what we've done so far? And then I'll show a quick aside of finding undocumented APIs. Why don't I separate version and version compared date in my data structure? I could, yeah. I definitely could basically like add a new property that is version and then add another property that's like date compared or something like that. I could. I don't want to because it gets really like I'm capable of doing it. I don't want to write the code because it'll be messy. Because basically on these nodes here, I would just have to find the first one, set that to the version, and then anything after that is the date. So it's just not the best. I mean, honestly, I think the fix is to just fix their table, which I could. But yeah, you're absolutely right. It would make sense to add more properties to it. Yeah. Oh yeah, that's a good thing to talk about, Ivo. Great call. So to back up a little bit, to look at the actual code that's happening, right now I'm making a request to Wikipedia with no headers attached. Essentially, that's making the request, and it's using the default header. So if you look, I mean, if we were able to see the actual server logs of Wikipedia, we would see an incoming request from a client that has a user agent of Axios. And in this case, that's totally fine because Wikipedia doesn't care that I'm doing this. Other websites might. And so with Axios, you can also set your request headers. And if we're scraping other websites, like if I was scraping Amazon.com, I would absolutely have to set headers. And I could essentially write this code so that it appears like it's coming from Firefox on Mac or appears like it's coming from Chrome on Windows. Specifically with Axios, you actually pass in an object here. You set headers, and then each one of these headers you could specify. So I could say something like user agent, and then I could put in a valid user agent string. One way to get that is in my browser, if I go to network and then refresh the page, I can see that initial GET request. So this is my browser making that GET request, and that's essentially what I'm emulating in my code. I'm writing code that does the same thing, but you can actually see the headers that the browser made the request with. Yeah, I mean, I'm showing my cookie and stuff like that. I'm not logged into Wikipedia, and also I'm on a VPN, so that's okay. But all of these headers are sent. And basically what I could do, if I want to mimic this request exactly, is, if I look at raw headers, that'll be easy to copy. I can basically take this, and then set all of these headers in my request, like this. I have to have valid JavaScript syntax, so let's make that happen. That gets like that. Like that. Cool. So essentially, I needed to turn all of those key value pairs into a valid JavaScript object here. And so the user agent is my current user agent. So I'm on a Mac. I'm running Firefox. The accept header is telling the server what kind of data you would accept. And then all of these other things. So essentially, there's even a refer. That's funny because somebody in chat linked me this page earlier, and that was the page that it went to. But essentially now when I make this request, from Wikipedia's perspective on their server, they just think that that Firefox is making the request. After I do this, the code will still work in the same way, but on Wikipedia's side, they just see this as a request coming from Firefox on a Mac. They don't know that it's node.js running Axios. Here's another quick stretch and break timer. But yeah, I'll talk about really quick how I did that editing. I pasted it in like this, and then I used multi-cursor. So one way to edit these lines of code like that are, because I know every line has a colon space separating the key and the value, I'm going to use that to create multiple cursors. So if I press Command D, I now actually have multiple cursors. And I need to stop early, otherwise it would match stuff. But I've stopped, and now I have multiple cursors on the page at every colon space. And yeah, if you're on Windows, it would be Control D. But now I have multiple cursors. So if I press Command Shift Left, that highlights to the beginning of the line. And if a line is, or if text is highlighted, when I press quotes, it's going to quote that entire thing. And then now I have multiple cursors, so I can do the same thing. So if I press Command Shift Right, I'm selecting to the end of the line. I can wrap that in quotes. I can press arrow to the right, so now I'm outside the quotes, and then I press comma. So now all of a sudden I have a bunch of lines that are formatted the right way. Yeah, and so if you're on Windows, the home and in keys work similar to command left and right on a Mac. Vim users laughing right now. I mean, there's probably a way to do this in Vim as well. Cool. All right, let's. If you're on Windows, buy a Mac now. I mean, you could figure it out. Let's talk about finding undocumented APIs. So we just went through all of that trouble to extract out this specific data. We now have it in a more consumable format, right? So I could build my own web API. I could build JavaScriptFrameworkList.com or JavaScriptFrameworkListAPI.com, and then people could use that in their projects to get a list of JavaScript frameworks, and now they could call my API. But my API would be dependent on the data coming from this page. I think I will build that. I will build that page because we're going to deploy it. So yeah, that's awesome. But essentially, I've taken something that wasn't an API and I could turn it into something that was an API. Let's take a step back and talk about what you would do if a page is not server-side rendered. So we talked about this earlier, right? This Wikipedia page gives us back HTML. Like the Wikipedia servers are literally giving us back HTML contents, which means we can do what we were doing here, which is basically request and then extract. However, if we were trying to scrape a website that doesn't do that, we'd have to go about it in a different way. An example of that actually is the Can I Use website. So this website is really cool because it tells you what features are supported by what web browsers. So for example, if I search for node list for each. This is actually the ability for me to do query selector all dot for each. This hasn't always existed in web browsers. No, this is not going to be 5 minutes. I'm way too in depth for it to be 5 minutes. I could have done this in 5 minutes ish, but the whole deal of explaining everything else, I could not have done in 5 minutes. Okay, but regardless, this website lets you search. Did they? IE used to be all the way on the far left. They moved it over. It lets you search for features and tells you which web browsers support them. But if I look at the source code for this web page, and let's say I'm specifically looking for node list API for each. It is there. They are doing some pre-server side rendering, but then everything after that actually is a secondary request. But I do want to show this. So if I go to the home page and I look at the source of the home page, this home page does not have node list API for each. It's not there when I request the page, but it does it dynamically with JavaScript after I do the search term. So I put the search term in, and then it's making an API request and then repopulating the web page. But the point I wanted to make is if I wanted that data, I could just look and see what network requests are happening. So if I open up the DevTools, click on network, filter by XHR, XML HTTP requests, I can actually see the request happen when I do it, but it needs to be from scratch because that was actually cached very likely. But if I do this, we can see that there was a request made, and I can look at it and see that there's actually a nice little API right here that gives us back JSON data. So this gives us back an array of feature IDs, and then they make a secondary request to this endpoint with the given feature ID. So then they make the request here, and then this is a JSON object that has like the browsers and the versions and stuff like that. So really all I'm pointing at is if I wanted to scrape this website, I wouldn't. I would basically just try to identify what network requests the web page is making, and then I could write code that calls these endpoints directly. And this is known as an undocumented API because they don't have a page on their website that says, here's the endpoints that you can call to get this data. I'm kind of, in a way, reverse engineering the page to figure out what endpoints it's calling. So there are other websites that work in a similar way, and you could inspect the network traffic and figure out what requests to make instead of doing this request and extract thing, because a lot of times you'll end up getting that data in JSON format. Yeah, and so we talked about earlier the legality of it. It really depends on the website itself, and then we had some general rules of thumb that you really shouldn't scrape data that's behind a login or that's more protected and then expose it to on a public website. You shouldn't do that. And then also you shouldn't overload a server with requests. The code that we wrote today makes a single request and then it's done. If I'm scraping data that's maybe paginated, like there's multiple pages of data that I need to scrape, I would not just fire it all off in one go. I would write code that makes sure it waits a few seconds in between requests so I'm not overloading the server. Okay, so that's that. And then I guess the other thing to point out is some websites you don't need to scrape and you don't need to find undocumented APIs because their APIs are documented. So for example, if I wanted to get data from GitHub, which is a place people host source code from, they have an extensive API that lets you get repo information, commit information, get issue information. Basically, they have an existing API, so you wouldn't need to scrape GitHub. You can just use their existing API. They also offer a GraphQL API. So they offer both a REST and a GraphQL API. Cool. Okay, so that's about finding undocumented APIs. Now let's turn our scraper into an API. So we have code that scraped Wikipedia. Let's bundle this up, deploy it so that other people can then use this in their app. Isn't Puppeteer also used for end-to-end? Yeah, so Puppeteer is mainly a browser automation framework. It wasn't purely built for things like web scraping, but you can use it for that. But you could actually do like end-to-end testing, because Puppeteer could spin up a web page, click a button, check the results, do something else, check the results, and that's kind of end-to-end testing where you're testing the full website flow. Yeah. And Darth Vader is saying, Salesforce CRM works in this way, makes a bunch of API calls. It helped me to make my own custom node app to fit my needs. Yeah, and it's like Salesforce does technically offer up like REST APIs, but they don't always give you all the data that you want. And so if you inspect the network traffic on a like the actual Salesforce UI, you can find network requests it's making that you could just replicate in your own app. Yeah. Yeah, and then the other thing is, like, if you are writing a scraper that is scraping multiple pages, you could have a kill switch and say, like, okay, after the 20th page, don't scrape anymore, that kind of thing. Yeah, you could do scraping with Cypress. I think Cypress is probably a overkill, because it not only is browser automation, it actually is trying to like run tests and stuff like that. But technically, you could write Cypress code that does that. Just for fun, can the API try accepting a Wikipedia URL and see if it works? Well, I guess that's one thing we could do, is we could generically scrape out every single table on the page. And then you could pass it any Wikipedia URL, and it would scrape out the table data. I kind of like that. Let's do that. Let's do that. Okay, so right now, I actually was just specifically grabbing the first table on the page. Instead of doing that, I'm going to create a tables array, and then we're going to scrape every single table. So I could do, let's grab every table on the page, and then for each one, do all of the code that I did before. Here. And so now, instead of frameworks table, this is literally just table. Like that. And then instead of frameworks, let's call this data. And instead of framework, let's call this item. Cool. And then now we can say tables.push data, and then now we should have a bunch of tables. All right, let's see it happen. Cool. And you can see that like it's not the best. Did I actually just add VT? What did I just do? I broke it bad. Oh, I think I know the issue. We need to overwrite the headers as we do each thing. Or do we? Yeah, I mean, so a lot of times when I'm coding on stream, I'm not like constantly committing. But when we're working on bigger projects, I will. Like, I'll commit after a feature. This was all meant to just be done in a single video, though, which is why. Oh, you know what? Somebody's messing with me. Somebody updated the web page as I was doing this. That's exactly what happened. I bet. Or maybe not. Okay. Somebody could, though. They absolutely could. I'm just gonna log tables at 0 real quick. Yeah. Why is it empty? Why are there 8 tables and then why is there none? Oh, is it because the first table was non-existent? That's the issue. Okay. Yeah, that's it. Okay, so now that's our first table. Cool. I really could say like if data.length. Push it in. So now we should be able to grab our second one, our first table. Yeah, cool. And if we look at our second table, right to left support and this one did not scrape very well, but it's fine. We've tried like a general purpose scraping here, and our first table is working. So I'm actually just going to return tables here, and then now if I point this at I don't know, like list of countries on Wikipedia, list of sovereign states, this, if I pointed at this URL, it should try to scrape this table. So let's do scrape, then console.log. And then pass in this URL instead. Hey, we've built a somewhat general purpose scraper. I'm curious about this VTE thing. Like, where is VTE even coming from? States with limited recognition. Oh well. Actually, we'll just stick to logging the first one. Look on the there are links VTE. Oh, I see. It's this last one. Okay. Okay. Common and formal name. Membership within UN system. Sovereignty dispute. Further information on status and recognition of sovereignty. So at that point, I think for this, we actually did scrape out the good, we generically scraped out that good data, right? Common and formal name. All that's coming from the first table. Here. Yeah, and so we're just showing scraping with Wikipedia because it's harmless. And this data is publicly available. Though I will say, like, if you're using the Wikipedia API, I don't know if it's possible to get the data from a table in this format. As far as I know, typically you'll get back like the markdown or the HTML source. Whereas we're putting it in JSON format, so you could individually grab like the property names and stuff like that. Okay, let's turn this into an API. I'm going to use Vercel for that. I need to look up how to do that though. But yeah, I proved the point. We're generically scraping the tables, even though it's not always working out in the best way, but we're trying our best. Yeah, you're welcome, Urkel. I need to find docs on how to make a quick Vercel serverless function. I believe if I just have a folder with like an API directory. So that gives you the JSON version. How do I point to a specific article? Yeah, so this is that response with the list of sovereign states. Don't know if there's a way to modify the query to get the table itself. There might be. Okay, that's what I need. Thank you, American 2050. It's like searching through the docs. Deploying serverless functions in an API directory. Great. Okay. So I'm actually just going to change this, create a folder called API, pull this into the API folder, and then I just need to move it into a function that has a request and response handler. And then, well, I can leave this scrape function because scrape just returns a list of tables. And then you could probably pass in a URL parameter. Let's make this an async function. Pass in the Wikipedia URL. And actually, this will literally scrape any page to grab all the tables on the page. So honestly, let's do this. Can I do request dot like params, something like this? Rec.query. Cool. And if there is no URL, send back a 500 error, say missing URL. Cool. Should be fine. Get back to tables. The body is now JSON stringify the tables. We can ask for file. Axios, I don't believe, does like file system requests. This just does network requests. And also this is a serverless function, so that would be exposing potentially be exposing the directory tree for it, but it won't do that. And Vercel themselves have built-in security mechanisms to prevent a serverless function from like breaking out. And also the serverless function is just like short-lived, so yeah. Okay. I believe there's a way to do course. Oh, I see. And then okay. We'll get there. So we have our handler, which is doing the stuff, and then we are exporting it, but we're wrapping it in the allow cores function, which is just going to put this allow origin star, meaning any front end app would be able to make a request to this backend API that we're building. Cool. Yeah. So that's fine. I think I could just try it at this point. Cool. All right. So I'm testing this out before I deploy it. Got an error, I believe in Axios, because it says the URL argument must be of type string, received undefined. And that's because I need to return right here. So if there was no URL in the query parameter, do nothing. Otherwise, do that. So let's try again. I should get back an error that says, yeah, missing URL. But now if I say URL equals, and then pass in this, it'll use that URL and then does the scrape. Awesome. That's not what I wanted. I think I can, oh, it is just res.json. So I actually can just do res.json of tables. Okay, one more time. So now if I do this again, now we get back an array of tables. And I can see that like the first table is the sovereign state named A, and then Z, and then Albania. Actually, I think that's just messed up. But if we try this, we should get the right stuff. Cool. So we can see the first table we scraped has the framework, version, size, license, and source language. So tables at 0 is going to give us all the different ones. I don't know why I did the table twice. Why are we pushing the same table over and over again? I swear somebody's messing with this page. I just can't see it. Because, like, we literally got the same... Or did we? Oh, what? This, I think, is an issue with the Firefox JSON viewer. Because I went over here and then I saw the exact same data. Oh, well. Cool. It seems to work. So you just pass it a Wikipedia URL, and it's going to do its best to extract out all of the tables. Now, if I deploy this, I could use it in an app. So I'm going to deploy it. Seems to work. Yeah, I mean, once I started making it generic is when it started to kind of like break. List of lists of lists. That's awesome, Stasley. Let's find a list and we'll grab the first one in that list. That's actually kind of awesome. List of dystopian works. Dystopian films. All right, this is going to be a good one. Check it out. Yeah, I know you can't see my screen, but the Firefox JSON parser has a hard time. But it somewhat works. And thank you, GNU Step. Check it out. So this is on the web. I'm going to remove this app after I'm done streaming so people don't abuse it. But table-scraper.versalapp.com, pass in any URL and it'll extract out every table on that page. So you can see I pulled the list of dystopian films. And you can see it did a pretty good job. So here we can see The 10th Victim, 12 Monkeys, 1984, 2081, AI, Eon Flux. So it does pretty good, and thanks to Stasley for that list of lists. So this is a Wikipedia page that has a bunch of lists. So we could extract out maybe DC comic characters that start with the letter A. Oh no, this doesn't have a table. We need a Wikipedia page that has a table. List of The Office characters. Yeah, this table is really weirdly formatted, so our scraper wouldn't do the best job. I think it would grab each character, but it'd have a bunch of like junk data for everything else. But let's try it. And so we have a table. Did not get that right. Okay, well here's Michael Scott. Steve Carell, okay. Dwight Schrute, Rainn Wilson. It's kind of there. It's kind of there. Let's try it with list of operating systems. Basically, like the simpler the table, the easier the scraping is going to get. This one doesn't have a table. I mean, and it actually would be interesting to throw this at it. Because if there are no tables on the page, it should just give us back an empty array. Yeah, it just found like the metadata tables. List of Pokemon episodes, sure. Again, this is like weirdly formatted because you have like a color. There's like more columns than there are headers. But let's see how it does. Yep, somebody overdid it. Or it doesn't like the yeah, somebody might have just like pounded my API. But it's Pokemon. Periodic table. That's actually pretty funny, because is it an actual table? It would definitely try to pull this out. Yeah, I think it didn't like the accented character in the Pokemon one. The periodic table page has a ton of tables. Undefined. So again, like, it needs to be a fairly well-structured table for this thing to work, but oh well. Oh, lists of manga. List of best-selling manga. This'll work. Cool. All right, this is the first table. Nothing. The second table? That's the one. So we have the manga series. We have the author, publisher. We can see that our column renamer, it could use some work. Like, we can replace special characters with like underscores or something like that. But this seemed to work. Table 1 is like, so we have One Piece, Dragon Ball, Golgo 13, Detective Conan. Pretty cool. Now, if you haven't made this jump yet, essentially what you could do is you could write your own application. You could build a Vue app or a React app or even a vanilla JS app that makes a request to this URL, and now it gets back structured data, so then you could decide how you want to present that data on whatever front-end app that you build. So that's essentially why we would go through this entire process, is you want to basically take the data that's here in a non-consumable format, turn it into a more consumable format, and then use it in your app in some way. All right. I'm exhausted. I'm going to go. Thank you, everyone, for listening to me. I will push this code up to GitHub, so just keep an eye on the Coding Garden GitHub. And then this will be a YouTube video within the next 2 weeks or so. If you weren't here earlier, we have a new archive channel. All of the old VODs are going to get uploaded to this channel. And then my old YouTube channel, my main YouTube channel, is just going to have updates and highlights. I laugh because I called it old. It's not old. Okay, you're welcome, Code Fletcher. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for all the supports today, everyone. Thanks for all the raiders that stuck around. Appreciate you. I feel like I missed a bunch of supports. Levantin, Links, if you're still here, thank you for the Prime. Coding Tomato, thank you for the Prime. DS Legends with the 22 months. Sir Subeko with the 10 months. Salazar with the 2 months. And Murdoch with the gift. And again, thank you, Lana Lux, for that raid. Alrighty, everyone, we're going to go on a raid of our own. We have some predetermined raid messages if you want to use these. So if you're a sub, you can use this raid message. If you are not a sub, you can use this raid message. And you're welcome, Staskly. Yes, that was web scraping in 5 minutes. No, that took me probably like 2 hours. So yeah, you can also come up with your own raid message. And I don't know who we're gonna raid, but whoever we raid, show them lots of love. Drop a follow if you like what they're doing. And I do have a stream planned for tomorrow, but I might cancel it because I did stream 2 days in a row, and I got some work I need to do. But if you check out the calendar, yeah, there is a stream planned for tomorrow. I think I'm going to cancel it. But just keep an eye on this page. You'll see. You'll see. And then, so yeah, next time you'll see me is probably Friday. Yeah. No. Yeah, I mean, I just did 2 days back to back. Both of them were only supposed to be a 3-hour stream, and they're both turned into like 5.5-hour streams. I'll see you on Friday. Like, basically tomorrow and Thursday are my weekend. No. Oh, is that your emote? Oh, that's Tay. She has an Alka. No emote. Cool, but thanks everyone for sticking around. I'll see you Friday. Wherever you are in the world, have a wonderful morning, afternoon, evening, or night. And until next time, here's this.